There are some seats available in the front row if you'd like. For those looking for chairs, there are several seats right here. There's 7 right here for anybody. Ready? Ready? Let's go. I'd like to call this meeting to order, a regular meeting of the Plan Commission on Monday, December 9th at 6:30 PM here at the Germantown Village Hall Boardroom, and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with sections 19.83 and 19.84 of the Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call shows all members present. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the Plan Commission meeting held on November 11th, 2024.
Move approval is presented.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes from November 11th, 2024 meeting? Yes, Ms. Henk.
There's a typo of my last name somewhere in the minutes.
Okay. Spelled with an A instead of
With
an
an
E?
E at the end.
Oh, okay. Then the motion would be to approve the minutes with the correction to Ms. Hank's last name. Is that okay with the second? All right. Any other discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is unfinished business. With item A, One Energy Development LLC, agent for Wayne Latinsky, property owner, certified survey map to combine parcels and a site plan review for a 30-acre solar energy facility located at approximately north 132, west 18100 Rockfield Road. On tonight's agenda for action. Give us more information, background on this unfinished business item. We'll turn the meeting over to our associate planner, Jordan Yankee.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Same question as last meeting. Would the Plan Commission want a full presentation given the length since the last one, or do you want to go straight to updates?
Updates.
Updates?
Updates.
Straight to updates.
Okay. So as you mentioned, though, this is everyone's aware, this is a solar farm proposal. And I am going to go to the slide where we have an update. As you're aware, this case was heard on October 14th and continued to November 11th, and now here we are, December 9th. The crux of the matter during the October 14th meeting, outside of the applicant responding and addressing a lot of the questions and concerns, and then also public comment, providing their concerns regarding the project, was the road use maintenance agreement for construction traffic utilizing Rockfield Road from the intersection. From its intersection with Division from the east. So that being said, from October 14th to November 11th, the village engaged with the applicant, got a draft road use agreement in place from the applicant, and a meeting between us and the town of Germantown was not able to take place up until that November 11th meeting. So the case was continued till this meeting. We did have a meeting now after that November 11th Plan Commission meeting with the town of Germantown, where they did present some concerns and comments on the draft road use agreement. And since that time, the village staff has been working with our attorney based on the town's comments, our comments, and now we're under review essentially of that road use agreement. It has not been formalized. Obviously, we'd like to do that sooner rather than later, but that is the update that has not been formalized, but a meeting has taken place to get the town of Germantown's comments and concerns circulated. The other thing I do want to call attention to is we did receive 2 petitions regarding this case, and they were included in the packet. And I won't go through our village attorney's memo, but a memo addressing the petitions and how they're handled by law, as well as the case itself per state law, is included in the packet. And if you want me to read through it, we can. Otherwise, those are the 2 updates. So last thing I'll say is for tonight, site plan and certified survey map is in front of you. The site plan is for the actual development of the solar farm, while the certified survey map is to combine parcels into one development lot. And then that certified survey map, pending what happens tonight, ultimately needs review and approval actually by the village board. So that's the update.
Comment.
Trustee Baum,
Jordan, either I was going to read the attorney's letter, or if you want to read it, that's fine. Either way.
Good with you reading if you want.
Okay, not a problem. That it?
you want to read it or?
I'm going to make a motion first. I got to make a motion. before I
Okay, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve approve the One Energy Development LLC solar farm proposal as presented.
Motion made and seconded, and that is for both the survey map and the site plan review?
Yes.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that is understood by the second? Okay. Motion made and seconded, discussion. Trustee Baum,
Okay. What Jordan had referred to as a letter from our village attorney. That letter reads as follows. In the packet, you will note that there is a petition included. The language of the petition suggests that there is some desire to have this considered as a protest petition under section 17.51 parent 7 of the municipal code. However, in this case, the use of a protest petition is inapplicable. Under the code, a protest petition can be utilized where there is a change in zoning district or regulations associated with a district. In this case, there is no change in the zoning district, nor is there any change to the regulation of a district. This proposal involves only the consideration of a permitted use within the A1 district. Because this does not qualify as a petition, there is no impact to the petition on the voting requirements and the standards. Simply majority vote is all that is required. Everybody follow that? Second part. The second issue centers on the impact of the legislature's adoption of Wisconsin statute 66.0401 parent 1M that provides, that provision provides, no political subdivision may place any restriction either directly or in effect on the installation or use of a solar energy system as defined in section 13.48, parent 2, parent H, 1G, or a wind energy system unless the restrictions satisfy one of the following conditions. Then there's 3 conditions. Under this statute, the legislature has significantly limited the ability of local governments to regulate solar energy projects. Indeed, the courts have expressly held that even where a solar energy system is a conditional use, that a plan commission is duty-bound to confine its consideration of the conditional use application in light of the restrictions placed on local regulations pursuant to code section. This is merely the consideration of an application for a permitted use. Under this standard, there are virtually no instances where denial of a permitted use would comply with the statute. Safety would be the only possible area where a denial might meet the statute. However, if the use was deemed unsafe, why would it be permitted? Accordingly, the only regulation that appears to be acceptable under the statute and the zoning code would be those standard considerations when reviewing a site plan, setback, density, height, etc. Director Retzloff, I take this to mean we have no say whether a solar farm can be built. We can't say, no, we don't want it.
Effectively, you are correct. You could say no and face a legal challenge under the statute provisions that apply. I'm sure the attorney, if he were here, would advise, given the content of his opinion, that wouldn't be a proper direction to go. But effectively, yes, our hands are tied and limited to the only regulations we could impose would be a regulation that meets one or all of the 3 criteria listed under the statute provision of 660401. And I know you didn't read those specifically, but they include that serves to preserve or protect the public health or safety, does not significantly increase the cost of the system or significantly decrease its efficiency, and allows for alternative system of comparable cost and efficiency. And realistically, the public health and safety one is the only realistic provision that might come into play. And so if you were presented with something that said, for example, this project is unsafe for these reasons, and here's the documented evidence that I have to support my argument, you could act accordingly. But simply saying, this is going to pollute the environment, this is going to reduce property values, this is going to create an unsafe situation for the school kids down the block, without having any evidence to support those arguments, that's essentially hearsay and not something we want to base a decision on.
All I have to read.
Further discussion? Ms. Hank, spelled with no E at the end, please.
Thanks.
Ever taking your notes?
Jordan, could you walk us through the density and the setbacks, the couple of things that we do have the ability to comment on, and what the recommendation from staff is on those items?
Yeah, so density, we look at that as a residential unit count per acreage. This is a agricultural district, and the use itself actually is not a residential dwelling, so therefore I look at that being not applicable in this situation. The setbacks actually are 60 feet from the front property line, 25 feet from side property line, and 50 feet from rear. And the site plan that they've included shows compliance of these solar structures with those setbacks.
Further discussion?
Oh, yeah, I can bring up the site plan.
Mr. Williams?
Hard to see
Someone
that.
here that can speak to the decommissioning plan. I guess I have several concerns on that front. Obviously, one being protecting the interest of the village, that we're not going to ever be responsible for the cleanup or the decommissioning. But I note, doing some research on this company, they were incorporated in 2010, so fairly new. Just registered in the state of Wisconsin in 17. And they're saying that the estimated useful life of this solar network is.
Directly
sure.
to Mike.
So they say the life of this solar unit is 40 years. So I'm curious. I mean, they've been around for 14 years. They're saying their equipment is going to be good for 40. They have a decommissioning plan in there. Doesn't really tell me much of anything. It says that there's some financial security to the landowner, that it will be decommissioned. I'm just curious, what is that financial security? What happens if this company isn't around in 40 years? I note that they indicate that if it's bought by somebody, or if, utility acquires the facility, that they're going to be responsible for decommissioning. But there's no guarantee that that would happen. I mean, what if this company just files bankruptcy, gets put in receivership, and they're no longer in existence? How does this plan? How does the equipment get decommissioned? Who pays for it? What kind of financial security is there? Is there a performance bond that says there's money set aside that's going to get done no matter what? And is there any chance that this falls back on the village at any point in time?
Well, to answer the specifics of the decommissioning and their plan that was included, I will ask Peter from One Energy to address that, but and I can wait till after that, but there is a condition that staff included regarding financial security for the village based on the decommissioning plan. Now, what that amount is, we would rely on our village attorney to review that type of security and document as well. That being said, if the language in that condition, if the Plan Commission sees the need to modify that potentially, you can also look at that, and I can read the condition. But first, I would ask Peter from One Energy to address your question about the process and the plan.
Sure. And I'd be interested in knowing what that financial security is. Is it a performance bond? Is it restricted cash that's set aside? What exactly is the structure?
Oh, you gotta press the.
Is it?
Yep,
there you
now
go.
you're good.
Is it good? My name is Peter Murphy. Thanks for the opportunity to address this question. So decommissioning comes up pretty frequently, as you can imagine. It is generally speaking, in terms of how decommissioning happens, projects will get decommissioned in essentially the reverse order of how they're put in. So transformers, inverters taken out first, modules taken off, I-beams pulled out of the ground, the access drive removed. Per our lease, the land has to be returned to essentially pre-construction conditions. So it has to be agricultural land. Because of the way our vegetation plan works, it's going to be essentially prime farmland, rested for 30 to 40 years with native pollinator habitat throughout. So really akin to CRP, right? This is going to be restored soils. No tilling will have been happening on that land during the lifetime of the solar project. As far as decommissioning costs, so one of your questions was, what happens if this company goes out of business? Obviously, we hope that doesn't happen, but it's a reasonable question to be sure. Prior to construction, we get a construction loan that covers the cost of construction. So were the company to fail during the construction process, the lender would take over and ensure that construction was completed, so that they obviously could make their money back on their loan. Then after construction, because of the way Wisconsin policy works, either all of the power from the project needs to be sold to the incumbent utility. This is the case throughout Wisconsin. Or the asset itself, the solar project itself, would need to be taken over by the incumbent utility. Or alternative, if neither of those things happened, the alternative is the electricity could be sold to the incumbent utility by a separate independent power producer. So those are kind of like the three ways that these projects are commercially viable. The project will not get constructed if one of those things is not certain. So assuming that the project is taken over by an incumbent utility or an independent power producer, that entity would be responsible for all the provisions in the lease, as well as all the provisions in the conditional use permit. So because of that, essentially under no circumstances would it fall to the village to be responsible for decommissioning. The owner, the long-term owner of the project, would be responsible. If the project is not performing or if it's not producing power for a 12-month period prior to the end of that useful life of 30 to 40 years, they would be responsible for decommissioning within 12 months.
Saying no matter what, if you guys run into any financial difficulty or distress, the utility that you're entered into an agreement to sell the electricity to has to, by way of the contract, take over the project,
Correct.
and they have to assume all liability for decommissioning.
Yes. Public utilities are regulated by the Wisconsin Public Service Commission, which requires them to set aside decommissioning costs. It's a line item. It's shown in their annual reporting. I think it's 700 million plus.
Okay, so the financial security that you guys indicate is being set aside by you or by the utility?
It depends on how the condition is written.
I just read it in your documents, not related to the village condition.
Sure. Do we have the condition?
Yeah, I can call attention to, I don't know if you have the packet in front of you, but it's page 23, condition 10. And it reads, as of right now, applicant shall provide a commitment to the village, including provisions to ensure that there is adequate financial security set aside to perform the specified decommission of the project and any restoration needed to be performed to the shared access drive after construction of the project or its decommissioning. Said commitment shall be reviewed and approved, accepted by the village attorney.
So that would be us in that case.
Your documents. From the village, you have a financial set aside for the decommissioning. Is that to the landowner? Yeah, I can get the detail if you want me to reference it.
Yes, please.
So under site remediation plan after lease contract, it indicates the project is required to be decommissioned at the end of its useful life with some additional language. This is guaranteed in the lease as well as the permit application materials. So what was the word guaranteed mean? And I can find the other section where you actually indicate financial security, but I did not note it in my notes.
Yeah, it's guaranteed as a provision of our lease that we will return to land to essentially pre-construction condition.
Okay. We can move on. I'll look while you're talking or addressing any other questions as to find that note on the financial security.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, stay there for a second, please. I have a question you kind of brought up while you were going through that last answer for Mr. Williams. You had said that once, if this would be decommissioned, that it would return back to prime farmland. And it's been our experience here in Germantown, and I don't know if you're as familiar with it, that when land is farmed, it's really probably kept in its best condition for farming, and the farmer, of course, maintains it all the way out to the edge because he wants to get as much as he possibly can from it. So there's always compression, there's always a maintenance of drain tiles so that none of the land gets flooded out, and it can be continually maintained for crops and the benefit of revenue that they're expecting from from that planting. So now you come in and you put in your program and your solar panel, your panels. And let's say as you're doing construction, you cut drain tiles somehow,
Mhm.
going through a process. And now I've got, depending on the lay of the land, I've got water coming across your property and now coming onto other people's property, flooding that's happening that wasn't there before because of the maintenance of the property that was being done as farmland. What are you going to do to help correct that if that occurs? What type of contingency plan do you have to protect the neighbors to make sure that there isn't any runoff or additional increase of any water or even the creation of wetlands that happen? Because we've seen land in Germantown that sits idle, that we've even owned within our business parks, that will suddenly take on the familiarity of and some of the conditions of what can be considered a wetland with native plants, standing water, so on and so forth. What are you doing to help protect that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Part of our due diligence process is essentially just trying to discover whether drain tile is on site. The landowner believes there not to be any drain tile on site. Our third-party environmental contractor believed also that there's no drain tile on site. It's mostly due to the actual topography of the land. On the north half, it's basically angled toward that section of the Menominee. So it's not believed to be tiled. That having been said, we have extensive experience dealing with drain tile. When we encounter it, the most likely way that we would encounter it is during trenching. And so it'd be very visible and obvious if there was drain tile on site. And usually we either, depending on how extensive it is, we'll either repair or replace all the drain tile. It is in everyone's best interest to maintain drainage as it currently is, and to make sure that stormwater runoff, which was another part of your question, is decreased as a result of the project. Our DNR stormwater permit ensures that. This isn't the last bite at the apple. We have to go to the DNR and show them our erosion control and stormwater management plans to make sure sediment stays on site, to make sure stormwater is reduced or remains the same during construction and after. So we have pretty extensive BMPs to make sure that water remains on site. Something we take really seriously. Our vegetation approach is designed to have essentially, rather than row cropping where you might have one corn plant per square foot, we're going to have approximately, 95 to 100% vegetation throughout the land, which is, again, part of the reason why why the soils are improved after a period of time having native pollinator habitat, native prairie on a site under the panels for 30 years.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
I just wanted to revisit that this is in your project right up to Germantown. Under decommissioning, page 9, letter G. Your language in that is One Energy has committed through its lease agreement with the landowner to remove the system at the end of the project life, including provisions to ensure that there is adequate financial security set aside to perform such decommissioning.
Yes.
So I just want to understand what that adequate financial security is. I mean, as you noted earlier, if you get a construction loan from a bank and you don't finish, the bank's going to finish it. I worked in restructuring consulting for a long time. That's usually not the case. A bank that wants nothing to do with those assets. They might find somebody who wants to buy it from them at pennies on the dollar to take it over, but the bank's not going to have that project finished. They don't have any interest in doing that. So I want to make sure that when you say you set aside proper financial security for the landowner to make sure that it gets decommissioned, I want to make sure I understand what that financial security is.
Yeah, absolutely. In this case, that would be the case. The lender would take over. They're called solar construction lending. It's what they do. So that would be the case if this is not going to happen, but if the company were hypothetically to go under during.
That a bank will take it over and finish the project. That's
No.
the financial security. So then what financial security is set aside to to decommission it?
Right. No, great question. I was just addressing your contention with what I had said, is what would be the case in this instance. The financial surety referred to in my permit application is that decommissioning by the utility. Our intention is to transfer the asset. However, the permit process comes before the finalization of those documents. So is what has happened in the past.
So there's no real financial security set aside. You're just saying that there are some variables to cover for it if something were to happen, but you're really not setting aside any restricted cash or anything like that to decommission it, which is what I take from that you're going to set aside adequate financial security to perform such decommissioning. So there's really nothing being set aside. It's just the understanding that the utility is going to take it over.
With the grant of the permit application or the permit, we would advance on the commercial process to essentially actualize the project. We don't have anything set aside today because there's no project today. Absolutely.
How is it normally set? Is it letter of credit or is it retainer or how is it maintained?
Bonds, letter of credit, corporate guarantee. It varies by jurisdiction.
For 40 years?
Generally, when we're required to post a security for decommissioning, it takes one of those forms until the asset is transferred.
Okay. Mr. Ewert.
You might have just answered this. So your intention is not to maintain the asset, it's to transfer it to whatever energy company wants it, in this case, probably We Energies?
So I have to be very careful about this because the part of the process of commercialization is ensuring we have our permits before. So we don't have an agreement in place that says.
Yeah, I understand that. You don't have an agreement currently, but that's the intent, right?
Correct.
So how many, and just to kind of frame this, how many projects like this have you engaged in? Your company?
Our company in total?
Yeah.
Ooh, many. In Wisconsin, 42.
How many of those do you still maintain the asset?
We're 0 at the moment.
Intentionally?
Correct. We're working on, it takes a large amount of capital to maintain the assets. Next year will be the first projects that we'll own in perpetuity. So it's
The business
a
model
process.
changing next year?
No, it won't, not for this project. We have projects all over the state. And different utility
company's
territories and have different commercialization and marketability in different contexts. So, for example, public power and cooperatives operate differently than investor-owned utilities. We Energies, WPS, MG&E, Excel, Alliant are investor-owned utilities. So there are different sort of commercialization pathways that companies like ours are sort of beholden to. In this case, to answer your question, I think more specifically, in 2023, I'm sorry, let's see. In 2021, we finished construction on our first project up in WPS territory. Last year, we constructed 4. This year, we constructed 6. So we've been doing this for a few years now.
Sure, but that you're alluding to that's changing next year, but
No.
not for this project.
Correct. We are maturing as a business in such a way that it enables us to own some of our projects in perpetuity. Many of the projects are essentially like there are companies that have access to greater capital than we do, who can own projects in perpetuity and then sell all the power to an incumbent utility because the timing to pay that off is long. And so we rely on a different business model, essentially.
Sure. For this project, you don't have a vested interest in the 40-year outlook.
We have it would be awesome to maintain these projects on an ongoing basis. Essentially what happens is when an incumbent utility takes control of a project, they essentially bid out their operations and maintenance and their vegetation maintenance. We vie for those contracts, and we're well positioned to get them. So I wouldn't discount the possibility of having a vested interest in the project's success on an ongoing basis, but it's something that is bid on a periodic basis, usually 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I guess the line of question I had for you was just spurred on the thought of the financial securities that would take care of the decommissioning. But if the intent is for you to offload the asset, you can write in your agreement or your lease any language you would like, and then that's just on whoever would take that over.
No, it's not whimsical. We have to be very careful about what goes into the lease, because if it's not realistic or sustainable, then we can't sell the project, right? Because the buyer would be on the hook for what's in the lease. So it's very specific.
Thank you.
Further discussion? I have another question. Are you just working or developing within Wisconsin, or are you within an area of the United States?
Me personally?
No, the company.
Oh, the company is a national company. We've got 80 people, 30 of whom are in Madison. We have a significant business focus on Wisconsin. So I and 29 other folks are based in our Madison office working on projects throughout Wisconsin. In my presentation, I have a map showing some of the projects in Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, but the lion's share is in Wisconsin. We constructed a project this year in Colorado, though, for example. Yeah, I'm focused on Wisconsin. I live in Milwaukee. I'm from Mequon.
So you're on this side of the Great Lakes then, mostly, most of the projects. And the only reason I'm asking is I traveled to Michigan during the holiday and noticed, because I haven't been there in a number of years, and was amazed by the number of solar farms that were down along northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and into Michigan.
Mhm.
And a lot of these that were there, that you could see from the freeway, were huge. I mean, hundreds of acres. And most of them were very large projects. Nothing along the lines of 30 acres. We're talking of the large expanse, which to me makes somewhat more sense for solar. I mean, I imagine more panels, the more ability to produce, electricity on a regular basis. Where 30 acres seems like minimal. What would be the smallest place that you would even consider putting a solar farm?
Yeah, so that's a great observation and a great point. Without getting, too in the weeds in terms of detail, there's transmission level generation. In other words, akin to a coal-fired power plant, generation of electricity that is essentially channeled throughout the grid, the MISO grid. Our grid in North America has several essentially like subgrids that are regulated and move power as far north as Canada and as far south as Louisiana, in our case, in the MISO grid. And so that's transmission level. That's what you'd see. That's what you'd expect one of those really, really big projects that's maybe hundreds or thousands of acres of solar to be contributing to. What we focus on is 2 to 10 megawatt projects that are called distributed generation. So just like when you put solar on your home and you're not using the electrons in real time, the electrons flow to the nearest load. So you might produce power for your neighbors for a little while, and it's all metered by the utility, so it's tracked. But essentially it's a similar, on principle, it's a similar thing where the projects of this size are on the distribution system. So they're producing power and it'll be used by the nearest load. So all the neighboring residences and businesses. So that's what enables us to do smaller projects rather than these gigantic expansive ones. It's on the local distribution system rather than the MISO grid.
Okay, I understand that. Another question, the crews that come in and build out the complex that you have or wherever the particular solar array is going to be, are those your crews or are you contracting with other types of businesses that come in and prepare the land and then somebody else might come in and help to trench it and then somebody else might come in and start to set up the panels? Is it all your crews or is it contracted?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we specialize in engineering, procurement, development, and then we hire out construction. So we work with Pieper Power based in New Berlin, Westfall based in Madison. We've worked with Arch Electric based up in Plymouth. Is anybody from Pieper in the room today? I was talking to those guys and they said they might come tonight or they might send you a message. I'm not sure what they opted to do, but so they're based somewhat locally. New Berlin is, not too far.
So an electrician or a company that deals in the installation of electrical components, they handle every part of this installation? Even if there's, grading or anything else that needs to occur, they're bringing in those
Yeah,
contractors as well?
there's civil contractors as well. Yeah. So we have personnel on site on a regular basis, like weekly. We have field engineers who are visiting sites constantly. They're always in the car, taking calls from the cars.
You basically have a pool of approved vendors that help to manage these? That's somebody that you've somehow vetted out to say, we want to work with these companies because of X, Y, and Z reason?
Yeah, we've had excellent experiences with local contractors. Absolutely.
Okay, based on that responsibility of transfer, how do you guarantee, and in this instance, the safety of kids that'll be around there for the school buses that come up and down that road, the amount of traffic that goes up and down that road? How does that transfer, or how do you take on that responsibility, or does that just become all part of your vendors, whatever they have for insurance? Is that how it works? That they're much more responsible for it, and then you're just looking for them to follow that based on whatever over coverage they may have to help protect themselves against any accidents, issues, or concerns?
I don't understand the suggestion of the question.
The suggestion of the question is there in this instance, that you're in a what I would call a multifaceted community. You have the town and the village, and then you have actually the school, a property, the school district right there. So you have all three entities of government kind of within that small compressed area. And with that, there's a fair amount of traffic, probably in the morning and at night, and we have regular traffic for school buses that are coming in there, dropping off the kids, whether it be for kindergarten, for later grades, and then picking them back up at noon. So a lot of traffic on one area. How does the safety of that become overseen, or how is it protected to say if there would be an accident, who's responsibly for the insurance coverage on that accident?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have two kids. They're elementary school age, and the thought of a solar project putting them in danger is
It's not a
something.
solar project, it's a construction project.
Understood. Sure. But yeah, it's one of the reasons we have construction traffic and a haul route that goes in the other direction. The project is being constructed in the summertime. But yeah, not to avoid your question, I'm sorry, the liability for accidents would, I assume, be shared. I don't know the answer to that one. We carry insurance on the project. They carry insurance as well. But in terms of an accident resulting from a construction crew member, say getting in a car accident, that would be the construction company.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Peter, could you sum up what your intentions are for construction, the timing of the year, and the path that you referred to?
Mhm.
Because that's something that's in the road use agreement that we're trying to address in that manner.
Sure. Yeah, so construction typically takes 4 to 6 months. The majority of that would take place over the summer when school isn't in session. So June, July, August. The path exits the, thank you for having this open. The path obviously exits the site to the south, and then the haul route has folks going to the east to Division. And so deliveries would come and go from essentially that path.
So will the deliveries happen all at once up front in that 4 to 6 month period, or
No.
consistently throughout the full 4 to 6 months?
Yeah, that's a great question. So because there's relatively limited personnel on site at any given time, at the height of construction, there's maybe 30 people on site, but in general, it would be fewer than that on like a day-to-day basis. They can only receive so many trucks. They're just limited by the physicality of unloading a truck. So I would expect 2 to 3 trucks max on a given day. And so that includes, solar modules, steel piles, racking, inverters. The transformers come later, probably end of summer. Those are on skids. So
Okay.
I don't know if I completely
So-
answered your question.
In terms of sequencing for construction, will you be installing all of the support pieces first and then the panels, or do you do a full install, support and panels and hookup sequentially from, in this case, north to south or south to north?
Yeah, it's phased. So the first 4 weeks or so are civil work and putting in the fence. The following 4 weeks or so are pile installation. So I submitted an example construction timeline in my permit application form or narrative packet. So basically, as an example, 4 weeks of civil, 4 weeks of pile installation, maybe 2 months, maybe 4 to 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks of racking and module installation. And then after that, it's wiring and transformers. So it's deliveries are completely done by the time school starts. You'd have electricians on site doing wiring, testing, but that's folks arriving in like a pickup truck.
So if this project is approved, when do you anticipate construction to start?
I would anticipate, it depends, we're trying to stagger our projects a little bit. So I would expect, the timing I put in the example is civil and maybe the fence going in starting as early as May. But if we'd be open to a condition that we don't begin until school lets out, if that would be preferable.
But if you did that, you would be extending construction into the fall when school starts up again, if it's a 4 to 6 month process.
That 4 to 6 months includes significant periods of time where we're not receiving deliveries. So deliveries will be finished by the end of summer.
Okay, so it wouldn't disrupt your plan if we conditioned commencement to start after school lets out.
Mhm.
And with that, all your deliveries would be done. And so that would be just on-site construction work in the
Yeah.
fall when school starts up again.
Yeah, like I said, I have 2 elementary school age kids. I know what parent pickup and drop off are like and the chaos of that. And so I understand the concern. And so if we can, if it would make folks more comfortable to have a condition that says construction deliveries will take place or commence construction takes place after school lets out, we can accommodate that. I can appreciate that.
Okay, and I'm sorry.
Go.
My last question was, could you summarize the whole property tax situation as it applies in this case? What sort of property taxes are paid if it remains under private control, your company, or if it's purchased by a utility?
Yeah. So Wisconsin public utilities, again, there's two sort of main ways that a project can be commercially actualized. In one case, there's a private third-party entity that sells all of its power to the incumbent utility. We don't anticipate that happening. If it did happen, however, presumably the land use would change to commercial temporarily while the project is operational, in which case the property taxes would rise by, I don't know, 5, 10 times maybe. I don't know how your assessor would treat it, but presumably going from agricultural use to commercial use would increase the property taxes quite a bit. That's what we've seen in other places. If the project is transferred in ownership to the incumbent utility, investor-owned utilities in Wisconsin pay into, in lieu of property taxes, they pay into public utility aid payments. And so jurisdictions that host power generation get money on an annual basis from this pool from the Department of Revenue that the utilities pay into. So in this case, there's a formula for how much that would be based on the size and the generation capacity of the asset. In this case, $14,000 would go to the village and $10,000 would go to the county on an annual basis. So a total of $24,000 in taxes annually based on capacity, the way the formula is written.
It's like 6,000 per megawatt or gigawatt or.
I don't remember the formula off the top of my head. I know for a 6 megawatt project, it would be $24,000, and then that's the split would be 14,000 and 10,000.
Okay, thank you. That's all questions I had.
I had a couple more questions. So this is your role to go out and talk to the villages or to any communities that you have a proposed development within? Okay, so within the different ones that you've been involved with so far, how do you feel the response from the people that are affected by it is? Is it positive or negative or 50-50?
It varies. I think after projects are completed, like I called a neighbor to a project a couple weeks ago, just asked how his overall experience had been during the installation process. We share the access drive with him. He has a horse farm. I called him kind of with this project in mind, knowing that there's folks who have horses next door. Asked him specifically any issues with the horses or anything. He said absolutely not. Of course not. He wanted to have a trail for his horses around the solar project. The landowner did not let him do that for whatever reason, but yeah, he has no issues with the project. It's a quiet neighbor. There's a lot more wildlife now after the project has gone in due to pollinator habitat rather than, soybeans. So yeah, some people are fans and they're happy with it. Some people are very pleased that they're not getting a housing development. They're getting a quiet neighbor that they can count on being quiet and not having something like a shipping center or a storage facility that has constant lighting or something. It's just a quiet neighbor producing their power from the sun.
Okay, well, tonight, we have a very full room and it's probably for one of two items, whether it's this item or the next new business item. But everybody that has contacted me or reached out or signed a petition, we're against it.
Mhm.
And we're talking 100+ people, not only that signed a petition, but have reached out in one way or another. I haven't received one in favor, not one. So it becomes hard for me as a representative to get behind something that people are adamantly against and have their reasons for it, whether it be based on what they see for issues in regards to their research that they've done about solar, or how they feel it's going to impact investments that they've made in that area, whether it's within their own property or their property value as a whole. And most of people feel that it's going to draw it down or present a negative impact for any future sales of property that are surrounding that area. And it's tough to discount that. And it's also, it should not be ignored. So we know we're going to see others, and others are going to probably be, and I'm going to say cleaner, not in the sense of the energy produced, but cleaner in the sense of where it's being proposed. And this one is right in the middle of kind of the worst area I could think of based on what shares on Rockfield Road and how the town and the village come back and forth in that area. I mean, if it was all within, Germantown Village or Germantown Town, I think it could be better discussed, but it's impacting both. And has a direct impact to the school district as well from being across the street from their building, but not as much negatively because most of the people that are talking out are more concerned about property values and negative long-term what they feel are environmental impacts, from that facility. So it's tough for me to get behind. I understand the reason behind it. I understand Mr. Latinsky's ability to do what he wants with his personal property and bring this forward. But this is really driving a wedge into the middle of that whole community. And there are going to be a lot of hard feelings as a result if it would go through and get approved. And that's unfortunate because overall, I think there's been a good build back of community and trust, not only between the village and the town, because we've had our issues between each other, but it also starts to drive that wedge of anti-solar. So I don't know if we'll see others in other properties. For what I saw in my excursion recently, there could be more because there is a fair amount of farmland to the west of Freistadt Road where these types of facilities could be placed. This is the first one. I wanted to make sure it was done correctly and had all the information presented so that those that were even against it at least understood it and understood what the requirements of this body is and the restriction of what we can and can't approve. Am I somewhat angry at the state for putting us in this position? I am. Because it's along the same lines of the cell tower issue, where if you got somebody coming in with a cell tower in somebody's backyard and they don't want to see it because they've looked out their window for 30 years and have seen this pristine surrounding farmland and forest area, and now they're going to see this big 40-foot, 100-foot, whatever cell tower out there, and it's going to be a change. So this is going to be similar in fashion, and I'm just torn about how to go forward with it in a way that works. Obviously, it won't work for everybody because there's a large faction that just don't plain want it. So it puts it in a bad position. It has I understand the positive impact. I understand your business and how it works and why it has certain value, but in this instance, it doesn't work for Germantown, and that's kind of how I got to look at it and view it in regards to the position that I'm in. That's more of a comment than a question. I'm sorry. Trustee Baum.
With that being said, how do you deal with the state statutes that say we have no choice but to approve it? How do we reject it and we let the applicant file a lawsuit against us? Or do we?
They still need to get past the DNR. There's a pretty viable water source to the back of that property. They need to prove that they're not going to impact. Sometimes things like that need to be tested for whatever reason, because to me, it's big government pushing down on little government, and they're not having to deal directly with the impacts of it. We do. And that's what's more frustrating than anything, that they've made decisions for me already, and they have no regard as to where it is or how it impacts anybody else. It's just we want to do it because it's power and it supports power, and we've decided that only these three conditions can allow you to refuse it. And I can't stand it when a larger governmental body does that to a smaller one. They did it with the smoking bans as well. Well, you can't smoke in any public places, but you guys figure out how you want to handle that. Well, beautiful. I mean, that just puts the cost down on us. It's event that's really more just event for my own personal
Mr. Chairman,
satisfaction.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Peter, has your company or is your company involved in any lawsuits right now where you've sued municipalities for saying no to proposals like this in their community?
The process for appealing a disapproved or denied conditional use permit involves legal action. So technically the answer to your question is yes.
How many?
One.
Mequon.
What? I'm sorry.
Mequon?
I apologize. What did you say?
Mequon, the city of Mequon?
No.
No. Okay, they're involved in an appeal process, according to the attorney's letter.
All right. Further discussion? Mr. Ewert?
Just to clarify a few things, the school schedule was discussed and we actually just came from a committee that approved the 25-26 to go to our full board. The 25 school year would start September 2nd, but we would have staff occupying the buildings as early as August 18th. And we would end this current school year, so 2025, roughly the second week of June, and I'm forgetting the date off the top of my head. So you'd have the second week of June to realistically August 15th is the 16th and 17th. I'm just looking at the schedule here, our weekend. If you were trying to fit it in that window, which sounds tighter than the schedule they're looking for. And then just to lend some credence to President Walters' point on potential further proposals coming into the community, I can tell you as president of the school board, I've received numerous solicitations for either rooftop or land proposals, or let's begin a discussion type emails for solar energy. As a way to reduce costs to the district, but my guess is also to bring a financial revenue stream potentially into the district. Nothing entertained on our end at this point, but I just want you to know that we are being pressurized in that direction. So this does exist in the community beyond 30 acres. And also to your point of the Michigan developments, Lamira has a 900-acre solar farm mixed in with all the wind turbines up there. And that was a rather contentious debate for that township in Brownsville. The Michaels company got involved at some point in that too, but there's facts or information floating. So
If they were proposing rooftops within any of the business parks, you wouldn't have any of these people here. I mean, it would be a zero impact to them, and you're not taking green fields and making them solar farms.
Sure.
Trustee Baum?
Mr. Ewert, several years ago, you put an addition onto Rockfield School.
they did, yeah.
Trucks went up and down Rockfield Lane.
I wasn't involved with the board at the time that they did that project, but yeah, I mean, obviously construction.
Heavy trucks with bricks and block and steel, everything that we're talking about here. The safety of the children was brought into question. They managed to do it. I don't recall anybody getting injured on that job. So there's a way to manage that process. And it's done by the contractor. It's not done by
Right.
this gentleman.
Further discussion on the motion to approve. We're voting on the certified survey map, which combines the parcels and the site plan review for a 30-acre solar energy facility. No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Opposed, raise your hands. Motion fails.
What is the reason for the
The motion, well, I would, if somebody would ask me and call me, my my issue is the safety of the residents and the kids within that area of the trucks going up and down. Is the initial contracting and starting of the construction within that site. That's
Even
where
though-
that's where my answer would be.
Even though the haul route goes away from the school.
Even if, yes. All right, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your presentation and answering all our questions. Next item is new business, starting with new business item A. Sunstar Real Estate Ventures LLC, agent for Victory Place LLC, property owner, which is an application to rezone a 7-acre parcel located at approximately West 140 North 9915 Fond du Lac Avenue from the industrial zoning to RM3 multifamily residential zoning district. It's on tonight's agenda for public hearing and action. And to give us more information background on this new business item, I'll turn the meeting over to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzela.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Victory Place LLC property owner is requesting approval to rezone from the institutional zoning district to the RM3 multifamily residential for purposes of developing a multifamily development. The parcel is highlighted on the screen. It's located on Fond du Lac Avenue. Here's another closer view of the property. Looking down, you can see the Autumn Ridge subdivision to the west. Some history, the property was previously owned by Christian Life Center. Back in the early 2000s, they had proposed to the village a development that included a church, a school, gymnasium, basically a campus for a religious organization that included rezoning the property to the institutional zoning district, a certified survey map that combined parcels, I believe, and at the same time dedicated right-of-way for the future extension of Crimson Road from its existing terminus across the southerly portion of the property to Fond du Lac Avenue. The intersection at Fond du Lac Avenue was specifically identified in combination or coordination with the Department of Transportation and the village, given the topography on Fond du Lac Avenue, and they picked a location that provided the best site vision in both directions. That right-of-way exists today and is one of the issues associated with this particular proposal. In 2008, Christian Life Center asked the village to terminate their development agreement, and they withdrew their application, and the property has been obviously sitting idle since. The property is located in the Victory Center corridor as identified in the 2050 plan. As we've discussed previously for other projects further north on Fond du Lac Avenue, the Victory Center corridor has a desirable land use of commercial. Allowable uses include residential, both single family and multifamily, up to a density of 10 dwelling units per acre. The proposal before us this evening includes 6 two-story buildings, 5 with 12 units, 1 with 6 units, a total of 66 total dwelling units with a density of 9.5 dwelling units per acre gross. The units would be 2-bed, 2-bath, approximately 1,200 square feet, private entry with an attached 1-car garage, a total of 2.5 parking spaces per unit total throughout the site, including the garage stalls and the surface parking stalls elsewhere throughout the project. The construction includes wood frame with vinyl shaken siding, brick veneer, wainscoting, architectural shingles. There's perimeter landscaping and burring along Fond du Lac Avenue, landscaping along the north and the west and south property lines as well. On-site stormwater management would be provided. There is a central open space area for residents to use as sort of a community gathering spot. There's also emergency access. And if you notice in the southwest corner of this site, they're proposing at this point potential emergency access point to the existing segment of Crimson Road, and along with proposing to vacate the balance of the right-of-way through their property. Some elevation renderings of the buildings that are proposed. And some elevations, if we need to look at these in closer detail. These are similar to what was presented at the consultation back in June. As I mentioned, the parcel is designated under the Victory Center corridor under the 2050 plan. The proposal is generally consistent with that residential use as an acceptable or allowable use and the density up to 10 units per acre. The rezoning site plan that's in the packet is conceptual. It is subject to site development and building plan and development agreement with the Village of Germantown if the project proceeds from this step. Multifamily development, as I mentioned, is an allowable use in the Victory Center corridor. This particular property has sat idle since the Christian Life Center proposal was terminated back in the early 2000s. We've had variety of inquiries over the years for potential development, all of which has been in the multifamily category of varying densities. One of the common themes is the site is with the right-of-way requirement and the road construction requirement to extend Crimson across the property, its approximate location to Fond du Lac Avenue, to the waste management facility, that it's not suitable for single-family lots. Staff would tend to agree with that. As far as commercial activity, it's rather large for that, but could be developed for commercial use, possibly, but we haven't received any proposals along those lines for the last 15 plus years. The one issue that needs to be resolved, although we've discussed it, is the Crimson Road extension issue. I would suggest that its extension to Fond du Lac Avenue is a convenience. And although the fire department, police department, and DPW have indicated they do not support vacating the right-of-way, they all agree in general that the connection is not critical. It's a convenience. It completes and provides for additional and improved traffic circulation through the immediate area. For the fire department, it provides a quicker and another means of access to get into the subdivision if necessary. But again, while those departments support the connection being complete, they do not believe it's a critical one to the overall road system for the village. With that said, before we go to public hearing, the staff recommendation is to approve the requested rezoning from the institutional to the RM3 multifamily residential zoning district for purposes of developing a residential development, subject to 4 conditions. And again, would point out that this is just to rezone the property. The details of the site plan and the type of units, even the density for that matter, is subject to further review and discussion with the Plan Commission prior to final approval for any form of development. So with that, we can go to public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll open this public hearing by hereby stating, a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall located on Mequon Road in Germantown, and also can be accessed virtually through the WebEx platform on Monday, December 9th at 6:30 PM or later. The purpose of said hearing is to hear any and all parties, their attorneys or agents for or against a rezoning application to rezone the following described property from the institutional zoning district to the RS3 multifamily residential zoning district for the purpose of developing a 66-unit multifamily development on 6.98 acres. The applicant is Sunstar Real Estate Ventures LLC, agent for Christian Life Center, Inc., who is the property owner. And the property is 6.9 acres located on Fond du Lac Avenue and Crimson Road and includes several tax parcels. Before we welcome people that are either within our audience or are joining us via WebEx, I do have several emails that I had received in regards to this public hearing, so I would like to read them to enter them into the record. The first one says, "To whom it may concern, I'm a resident of Germantown whose property is located less than a quarter mile of the proposed Victory rezoning application. My address is off of Fond du Lac Avenue. I've lived at this address for 28 and a half years. I oppose the initial request for the developing of a 66-unit multifamily development to call Victory Place. The proposed development is to contain 6 two-story buildings arranged around a center courtyard with access to and from Fond du Lac Avenue, aka State Highway 145. This property is only 6.9 acres, which is located immediately south of a hill on Highway 145 with a posted speed limit of 45 miles per hour. However, the majority of the traffic travels at 50+ miles per hour. With traffic traveling that fast and the hill making it difficult to see traffic coming from the north, it proposes a safety hazard. Speaking of safety hazards, there is a private soccer club just to the north of the proposed development over the above-mentioned hill. This soccer field brings in a lot of heavy traffic pretty much year-round. There is constant traffic pulling in and out of the driveway during peak traffic time from 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. In addition, there have been times where the people have parked on Highway 145. There is no extra edging along the road for safe parking, and the right turn lane into the Seven Pines condominiums was utilized for parking as well. So what I am trying to get at is across is that this particular area of Fond du Lac Avenue is already hazardous. If the proposed development is approved, there will be an increased risk for accidents. You need to take into consideration the amount of traffic this development will be bringing. A 66 unit with a minimum of 4 people per family unit will have 264 people coming and going. This is not accounting for additional guest traffic. This is a large amount of people on only 6.98 acres. Additionally, this proposes a risk for people walking alone or with their pets along Highway 145. I would propose the development to be approved at half its size. 3 two-story buildings, 33 units would be less hazardous. I hope that the Community Development Department takes serious consideration into all the opposing factors for the rezoning of this parcel. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Rochelle Steiner. Next one that we received states, "To whom it may concern, we are reaching out to voice our concern for the proposed apartment project. As a 24-year resident of Autumn Ridge subdivision, we feel having 66 apartments in our front yard is not acceptable. Looking into the developer, it's also a concern that a fair amount of their properties are also subsidized. We have worked hard to earn our home and feel having apartment housing is not a great choice. We feel our subdivision is near condominium units. That would be a better use for the land." And this is finally Mike and Amy Felsky. Next one states, "I am against the proposed apartment development on Fond du Lac Avenue, east of Autumn Ridge subdivision. The proposed number of units can equate to over 120 vehicles entering and exiting the development onto Fond du Lac Avenue. Without turn lanes, I feel it is unsafe for all involved. In addition, since I live in Autumn Ridge directly across from the proposed development, this would affect the market value of my home. Please do not rezone this parcel. Thank you, Scott Lederman." Next one reads, "To whomever would be in charge of looking at our request, we have no objections to the construction of Victory Place. However, we note that it includes sidewalk that leads to nowhere. The difference between our 2 projects is that when Autumn Ridge was built, we had no sidewalk. In reviewing our documents, we discovered that Belinsky paid the village to put in sidewalks, which they never did. When we pointed this out to the village, they did so at considerably more cost than what Belinsky paid them several years earlier. In light of this, they requested that they be allowed to put in sidewalk from County Line Road around the pond only to our entrance drive, with the provision that if any time a development will go to the north of us, a sidewalk would be completed to our property line. Currently, our walkers can only walk north up the hill on County Line or walk through the business park to the south of us on Industrial Lane, not the safest place to walk with all the truck traffic. One would think it is time for the village to stop building residential projects without taking into consideration where residents can walk. We note that people that own the property just north of us have cut a lot of trees and brush and are working on the house. Couldn't the village ask the owners or the state for permission to put in a sidewalk to give people who live in these developments and pay taxes the convenience of taking a walk outside of the property? When the village put in our sidewalk, part of it was laid on state land along Highway 145. We note that these walkways would not have to be concrete, but simply asphalt. It would be nice to connect the path from Seven Pines to Sunbury Road. When Donges Bay was rebuilt, apparently the village put in an asphalt path to connect walkers along the road to have access to Pilgrim Road. The village develops parks for residents' enjoyment, playground equipment for our younger ones. How about walkers? It is time to stop demanding contractors to put in sidewalks without consideration that they may be connected to the greater community. Note, I have been asked by our current board president to discuss this issue with the village because of my past experience on the Brown Deer Planning Commission, being a trustee and village president of Brown Deer, as well as a board member and past president of the Autumn Ridge Board for 11 years. I am interested in discussing this with you. Thank you, Dwayne Wolfgram. Our next one reads, we have lived in Autumn Ridge since 2005. My wife and I moved there from Milwaukee because the neighborhood we lived in had private homes on one side of the street and side-by-sides on the other side. The landlords rented to subsidized tenants who quickly destroyed our neighborhood. The result was crime and no regard for any other individual's residents that worked hard to have a nice place to live. We loved our home, but were forced to sell it after a home invasion. I strongly oppose this multifamily development unless it's senior housing. I hope we are not alone, and that is from Rick Papke. And the last one that we received states, I'm writing on behalf of myself, Gretchen Glasshoff, and Keith Glasshoff. We would like to voice our strong opposition to the proposed housing development on Fond du Lac Avenue by Sunstar Real Estate Ventures, LLC. I have a personal concern with safety and privacy as the property I live in would have joined the development. In 18 months from now, I'll be living alone as a single female and be very uncomfortable and concerned for my safety. There will also be increased traffic in the area. And most importantly, our schools cannot meet the needs of the current student population. We do not have enough teachers to tend to the educational needs of our children. In addition, there aren't even enough seats on the bus for students. Please note our opposition to this development, and this is signed, thank you, Kim Glassoff. And that is concluding all the emails that we had received in regards to this public hearing. So now, if there's anyone within our audience that would like to come forward to speak at this public hearing for or against the zoning change, you're welcome to do so at this time. Please come to the podium and state your name and your address for the record. If you had an opportunity to fill out a yellow slip, please turn that in as well. And if anyone is joining us via WebEx, please make your intentions known so that the moderator can recognize you at the moment. Yes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bidwell. I live in the Seven Pines Condo Association. I've lived there for 10 years. The whole 10 years that I've lived there, there's been just the field right behind my house because this project is going to be coming literally into my backyard, especially with the rezoning. Like they will literally be able to see inside my windows. Us as a condo association have decided not to have any renters because of the implications and the trouble that it's caused. So having said that, I would no longer have privacy as a single female with a young child in my own home, and this would come right to my backyard. And we had already excluded renters from our condo association because of all the significant problems it's caused. And then on top of that, I also have a little dog, and there is no area with all the heavy traffic, like we can't even walk our dogs safely down 145. We're to the point where I would feel comfortable walking my dog down 145 due to the amount of traffic that's there and the increased speeds. So I would strongly oppose to having over 123 more people in this very small acreage right behind my backyard to all of a sudden have at least 123 more people in that small space.
Okay, thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application? Thank you.
Sarah Larson, Butternut Road. I'm asking you to go ahead and deny this request for rezoning. The plan that you saw tonight is virtually no different than what they came with a couple of months ago. They need to be looking at lower density, owner-occupied condos. That is not a good space for a rental. And I would think it would be rather hypocritical to go ahead and approve rezoning for a development such as this when we've got a Germantown resident, Mr. Friends, who is looking to develop just up the road, and he gets the runaround. And this is a substandard development in comparison to what he's at least brought to the table for this community. Thanks.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Hi, my name is Todd Steiner. I've been a resident on Fond du Lac Avenue for 57 years. And so I've seen a lot of change. I'm not opposed to change. We've had a lot of good change in Germantown. We've got some great schools. We've got some great subdivisions that have gone in. We've got some great parks that have gone in and everything else. We've also made some mistakes along the way. You know, Waste Management's kind of taken over the area. It's still not the ski hill we were promised and all that good stuff. Lake Park still makes some people cringe, so we've made some mistakes along the way, certainly. But this one here is just based strictly, or mostly anyway, on the traffic, because I live right there, kitty corner from it. My folks are directly across from this proposed, as mentioned, 66 apartment buildings. The traffic now between the soccer field complex and the condos across Street 7 Pines has been great. They've just recently put in more, so there's even more going in there currently. And then you've got the new subdivisions that have gone on both sides, north and south of there, have added to a lot of traffic, because I obviously pull in and out every day on it. So it's always fun trying to leave for work and adding an extra 4 minutes just to get onto my driveway in the morning. But I do think, especially if this is going to be potentially subsidized apartments, that's the last thing Germantown needs. You might as well look at putting a mobile home park in there at that point. And it's not just because of the crime or the property values and all that good stuff. It's because the property management that goes along with apartments like that, it's a money grab situation is what it is. So there is no oversight with the loud noise. There is no oversight. It's just, we get subsidized money from the government every month to pay that rent. We're not about to kick somebody out and lose that money. So the riffraff that goes on between the trash, the noise, the partying and everything else that goes along with it, it's just reality. It's not making it up and you can look it up anywhere. It's just reality. So, you know, if Seven Pines wanted to expand condos a little bit into there, I'd have no problem with it whatsoever. The church that was supposed to go in there, I had no problem with that either. But I have a big time problem with this one here, because 66 apartment buildings, that's over 200 people on average that's going to be going into there. Fond du Lac Avenue just can't sustain that, nor should we be expected to. And the people on the other side of there shouldn't be expected to lose their view. I completely get that. I mean, we've lost so much wildlife over there. That happens. I get that. But Germantown is so overpopulated right now with apartments, with condos and homes. And I mean, granted, it ain't what it was 57 years ago, and it's never going to go back to that. And I get that part of it, but it's got to be smart building that goes on here. Certainly not this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Hello, Brian Epius, West 143-9867, North 9867 Ridgewood Lane. So I live in the Autumn Ridge subdivision. Not necessarily going to address the density matters. I think multifamily is probably the best use for this site, whether it's condominium or apartment. I think there's pros and cons to both. I think I want to touch upon what the Autumn Ridge Condominium Association touched upon is connectivity and the ability to walk throughout these neighborhoods. The elimination of Crimson Road, the extension of that, while it would be a convenience to me and probably a lot of property owners that cut through several roads to get into the neighborhood, I I agree that it's not a necessity, but I think that should be looked at more of a public path, not only to make the connection with Bollards to the apartment complex, but maybe along that south side to a 10 to 12-foot strip asphalt path to allow people in the Autumn Ridge subdivision to do a loop. You see that in a lot of roads such as Pilgrim and County Line. We have walkways for people to walk to once they get off the subdivision streets. It would allow me to walk from a subdivision through that path and do a circle motion. So it would allow a little more walkability in that neighborhood. And that's really my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Hi, I'm Brenda Hoffman. I live in Autumn Ridge on Amber Drive, and I just wanted to state that my husband and I are very much against a development of this density. I think we're also very concerned about the thought of Crimson Road being opened up for that traffic coming through, knowing that we already don't have sidewalks in those neighborhoods and thinking of how busy those roads already are. With my kids and many of our neighborhood kids on them, it's kind of horrifying to me to think of over 100 extra cars possibly coming and going into our subdivision from that complex on Crimson Road. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Hi, Kim Anderson, Autumn Ridge subdivision. My main concern is the noise. We already listen to a lot of noise coming from the dump. And this is pretty high density. And that's mainly my concern is the noise that would be involved with that many people. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Good evening. My name's Colin Murphy. I live on the corner of Amber Drive and Crimson in the Autumn Ridge subdivision there. I'm opposed to this rezoning. This is the second meeting I've attended in 2 months in this group where a developer has proposed a multi-family high-density development. I'm very happy to hear that you opposed the last one and you were listening to the constituents of Germantown. I hope you will listen again as you're hearing people opposed to a high-density multi-family unit, particularly apartment dwellings. I'm also very happy to hear that our police and fire commission aren't necessarily fully in support of this. I know that they're not going to come officially state that, but I did speak with an individual fireman who was assessing the land at that corner when I was there and told me he was not in support of it as the fire department. I also want to speak to the issue of a development that has not fairly defined the right-of-way. To leave that open is unclear. If it is an emergency exit, who will build that exit? Who will maintain it? If it's gated, who will develop the gate? Who will have access to that gate? Who will not have access to that gate? Who will repair it when it's not fixed? All these issues need to be defined if this even does reach the level of advancement. But again, I oppose the development from a safety perspective. The traffic that people will cut through to drive down Amber Road to get to County Line will be immense. It won't be the 126 people who live there. It'll be all the cars that drive Fond du Lac who don't want to go all the way down to County Line. We'll take the shortcut through that road and go direct, if that easement is open, down to Amber Drive. So thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Good evening. My name is Bob Huff. I live in the Autumn Ridge subdivision on Amber Drive. I am opposed to the apartments to be built. It is going to be a drag on the infrastructure with all of the, with more people. You're going to have people with kids. Where are they going to go? They got Fond du Lac Avenue there. How are they, where are they going to go with their bikes, things of that nature safely? They're going to wind up having to come through our subdivision most likely. It's I think it's just going to be a big, huge problem in the long run. If you can keep it commercial, I think, that's going to work out best for the tax basis and for the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Name's Bill Conway, and I've been in Germantown for over 20-some years. I think this is a bad idea just because you're at the corner of, we're very close to Milwaukee where they want to build this. We're not too far. And if you're on Brown Deer Road, if you go east about a mile, things get very bad. And I think that the flow will come out, the Milwaukee will come out, Brown Deer will, yeah, I don't want to, it's just a bad idea. I think the Germantown Police Department will be busy if you build something like that out there. And I just think it's just too close to Milwaukee. If you put it further north of Germantown or something. But if you're putting it right there, you're really inviting a lot of troubled people. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
My name's Charles Krieger. I've lived kitty corner to this proposed location on Fond du Lac Avenue my whole life, 35 years. And I do not support this at all. There's way too many people going to be coming into a small space that we already overwhelm with this traffic from the soccer field. And I already see too, plenty of people coming onto the soccer field thinking it's public access, and it's not. And then they're trespassing onto my property, my neighbor's property. And then I also see them using like the facilities across the street, the storage, to sit and watch the games and park their cars. What's that going to do when they build a subdivision, or not a subdivision, but these multifamily apartments? They're going to have people trying to park there. We already have issues with the traffic with people pulling in and out of there. It's going to be dangerous. Like multiple people said, everybody seems to go faster than the posted speed limit, and that's already a very unsafe place to pull out. I feel bad for the people in the Seven Pines there. It's not easy always for them, nor is it for my neighbors to get out every day. I also think that we have seen a great reduction in green space as well as wildlife, and that's something I actually enjoy a lot. I think a lot of the people in this community do. And as well as I think that it's also going to put a strain on our resources. I've had multiple times where when I call the cable company asking what's going on with the internet, oh, there's lots of people in the area using it right now. That's just internet. I mean, what's that going to do to our sewage system, to our water supply, all that? And that's many, many people. They're going to have guests. They're going to have traffic from deliveries. How many times a week? We don't know. But it's going to be a huge increase in all of that. So I strongly oppose this happening. I already have issues with waste management making lots of noise. I'm assuming that multifamily is going to make a lot of noise. I used to maintain multifamily units. A lot of those people are coming and going, having plenty of guests, having plenty of issues with their kids. I don't want to be living across from that and dealing with that every day. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Hello, my name is James Wagner, and I've lived in the Autumn Ridge subdivision going on 28 years. One of the longest dwelling residents in that subdivision. I've had the opportunity to sit there and watch this thing start from the ground up. Crimson Road has always been a dead-end road. It's also a road where many of the kids, when they don't have the yard space, they'll play on that little dead-end road. But opening that up is just going to invite more traffic and more issues. We already have people, if you look at our subdivision, you'll see it's a long oval. And that's kind of like the Milwaukee Mile. And we have people that sit there and zip through there and actually clock them just using an app on the phone up to 50 miles an hour just to get to their subdivisions. Now, because we do have people that cut through into the upper part of the treetops in the Sunbury Downs and also Windsong. But to come in from County Line Road up Amber and then follow through on Amber to Crimson. Because people want to make shortcuts. They don't want to go all the way to the corner of 145 and County Line Road and then turn up the street. We already have traffic congestion with the soccer field that's there. Putting in a high populated apartment complex, I get it. We want to do something with that land. We want to sit there and, enhance Germantown, but I don't think that's the way to go with such a high population. And to rezone it for apartments, I would rather see it go into a condo association or something of that nature. Something where you don't have the high traffic, you won't have all these issues that everyone's just been bringing to your attention now. Granted, yes, the land has been sitting there for a long time. Granted, I knew people that used to go to the church that bought that land before they closed down. So now where they're affiliated from, I believe probably from Mequon, not sure, don't quote me on that. But what they want to do with this property, does the apartments look nice? Yes, they do. But in reality, down the road, when things start to go into disrepair, how are they going to sit there and maintain their status for the apartments to stay occupied? You start to sit there and you start going with programs that come around and start bringing in issues where it's, wouldn't say low income, but I'm saying you have to do something to maintain, to bring in the income for that apartment complex. And that's still too many apartments for that little small space of land. Granted, which can take what I'm saying, may not fit, but if you lived in that area and you were to see exactly on a day-to-day basis, you'd have a good idea what I'm talking about. And everyone here can pretty much agree with it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application?
Hello, Amanda Krieger. I'm opposed to the idea. One being there has already been plenty of growth and development near enough in the area already, including the neighborhood on Country Air. There's a neighborhood Freistadt near Wasaki Road, and the current one being built also on Freistadt near the middle school. There have also been all those apartment buildings built on Main Street in Germantown. On top of that, all the industrial that has been built lately, including the one on Donjas Bay and Wasaki, which still has yet to be occupied. It is very sad to me to see how much is and how much more is being put up all down Holy Hill Road. It seems that more and more of our fields and farmland are being swallowed up by homes and industrial, leaving less and less for local farming, natural scenery, and wildlife. The space you want to fill with apartments is an important crossing area for many wildlife critters. Also, with all this development, it's no wonder why crime and other issues have risen so drastically over the past few years, causing our police department to be working non-stop. Building a home or two is a different story over 66 apartment units. At least a homeowner would be contributing back to the community and less likely to cause problems. Adding yet another string of apartments along Fond du Lac Avenue directly across the street from my property is just inviting hundreds of people to move in directly across from me. The reason I chose my property is because of the more open space and less population directly around me. Adding the soccer field has caused trespassing issues for me and my neighbors, and the people who exit the soccer field cut off drivers constantly, causing very dangerous driving situations. I've seen and been a part of too many close calls. The average speed on Fond du Lac is more like 60 miles per hour. It's posted 45. The waste management facility has been a huge noise and light pollution issue. It's time to slow down, Germantown. You are quickly turning us into a city, and it needs to stop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming forward. Is anyone else that would like to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application? Anyone else would like to come forward to speak for or against? Nobody raising their hand on them? Okay. If there is no one else, we can close this public hearing. Commissioners,
I will put this on the table by making a motion to approve the request to rezone 6.89 acres from the I institution to the RM3 multifamily with the 4 conditions as presented.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion on the motion to approve. Trustee Ball.
Director Retzloff, the property to the north of this is RM1, which has a zoning limit of how many units?
RM1 is up to 6 units per acre.
So that is also a 6-acre site, it looks like.
It's comparable in size.
Comparable in size. So at 6 units per acre, you can get 36 units. The difference in 36 units of apartment versus condos is the owner occupancy, which is what everybody's complaining about. My understanding is that nobody is looking for the potential driveway of Crimson Road to go through anymore. Even the police and fire department aren't acknowledging their need for that. This developer has shown that it is just an emergency access with a emergency gate. To answer that question that somebody asked, that would be the responsibility of the development owner to maintain that, the gate as well. Who would have keys to that gate? Fire department, police department, Public Works,
Likely just fire and police.
fire and police, and the management of of this location.
Now, I would point out, if I could interrupt for
Yes.
just a second.
Please.
The emergency access is being shown and provided in response to village comments that were received in the June consultation and the overall discussion about Crimson. My guess is if the village said, we don't even want an emergency access, the developer would be fine with that.
Okay, so we can ask that to go away. So I can get 36 buildings on here, 36 units on here to be the same as RM1 up above. But it sounds like the residents only want owner occupied properties, so therefore apartments are off the table. I do not see retail as a viable alternative here. We're just not building retail on the edges, the outskirts of town, so that doesn't seem like a viable option. The church was an interesting proposition. That would be wonderful, but they have walked away and cannot afford to build, as I understand it.
The church doesn't own the property anymore.
Yeah.
Bank.
No, Victory Place LLC is the current owner as of the end of October.
So if we could get, the problem I see is having a developer that wants to do one thing and a residents that want something else. And how do we drop this down and make this suitable to satisfy both groups? Seems to be the problem. I'll wait for others to comment and then I will jump back in.
Further discussion on a motion to approve.
We do have the developer here in the audience. Do they want to address some of the questions and issues that were raised?
Hi, Jack Collier and Scott Stevenson. Yeah, thank you for listening to this. I truly respect everybody's opinion. And we'd like to address a couple of those items. The first one is there's Sunstar has no intention of doing any subsidized apartments here at all. We understand some of the traffic issues and we can certainly look at them. I agree. I kind of feel bad we haven't thought of putting some walkways along the south side of our property line, if that's something that would be suggested from Crimson out to Fond du Lac Avenue, we'd be happy to. Even within other developments, we put in walking paths and so forth. It's valuable use of property and the exercise, and whatever you can connect to other ancillary areas is very valuable. Yeah, I think the comment of the gate, that would obviously be part of a developer's agreement that we'd be maintaining if that was a direction that the planning commission and the planning department wanted to go, and the emergency access.
But you are correct, and you said that was added in response to some of the plan commission and fire and police concerns about access to the property. You are correct that if there was no concerns, then we would not, have that at all. So.
We'd be happy to address any other questions you have.
Shadid?
So you have other developments in other places, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you take subsidized housing in any of those locations?
The developments I did in the past were subsidized. They were Section 42 tax credit properties, so they are by definition subsidized. In fact, my previous late boss did a couple here in Germantown, the old Prairie Meadows, 1, 2, and 3 at the time, which I believe were senior only. I have done only senior only. I have not done a Section 42 in over a decade, so I am out of that business. As to whether you take subsidized, whether it's someone has a voucher or something, I think that crosses into discrimination. Our intent here is to build a development that is a rent range of probably north of 1,600 to 1,700 and over 2,000. So, I experienced most subsidies or vouchers will not cover that sort of rent. And so that is certainly not the target we are looking for. We are targeting, middle to upper middle income, families that could want to move to Germantown and be a teacher or a firefighter or whatever. So in no way is this intended to be a development that seeks to utilize or intend to utilize subsidies.
I just feel like if it's been done, it could be done again. I feel like we're seeing a lot of pressure from residents if they feel like it's going to change their quality of life. So I have some problems with it, honestly. So that's my statement.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's a way to put in an agreement as part of the development that we would not seek any subsidized or set aside apartments. I mean, we'd be willing to agree to that. That's an issue.
I would prefer the village attorney's input on that. Based on,
I don't know.
previous
It's never
redlining
been our
laws and all
intent at
stuff
all.
like that.
I think we have to look at it from the standpoint of rental housing in an area where these are family owned.
That's fair.
Okay, so that's probably a more fair statement.
That's fair.
And we have to respect that.
I do. I really do.
We both do. And, part of this proposal is based on the land use revision plan, the Victory Center corridor. The idea that, at least from reading of the plan, that our apartments are in an acceptable land use, tailored to probably the specific spot, which most people will say is not the right spot if they're living next to it. I understand that. But we have apartments in Germantown, and there's probably going to be more apartments in Germantown at some point. And so, we feel in the context of the land use plan, the Victory corridor, and the uses that, are around it, feel it is appropriate. And talk about other issues that to enhance the project, to make everyone more comfortable. We're certainly willing to talk about that as well.
Planner Rutzla.
Scott, you just said that you would understand if somebody didn't want to live next to this project? Why?
Well, having been in real estate for 35 years, I understand the people's reaction to apartments. We saw it here tonight. I mean,
So are their concerns legitimate?
you know, everyone's concerns are legitimate to them. You know, I don't think it's going to draw anyone from Milwaukee, as that may be the impression. I think it will be a very nice development. And in the end, I think it'll be an enhancement to the community. But that's my opinion of it.
Human nature is unsure or uncertain of what they don't see. And we come across that, but that doesn't mean that the end result turns out the way they think it's going to. Most times there is no impact. So.
Mr. Ewert.
Just weighing in from the school district standpoint, on your years of development experience, have you ever conducted a study on student impact to school districts you're proposing to develop?
I have not, because I have dealt strictly in senior housing for the last 20-some years. I took a look at some of the numbers on the Germantown enrollment. They seem to be about stable, if not declining, over the last 5 to 7 years. And I know there was a $84 million bond referendum that improved all the district and whatnot. So I honestly don't believe that this development would be very impactful on the school system.
So nothing that would lead you to have a number per unit on average?
You know, it's really tough because developments like this can attract a senior couple. They can attract a young couple, a single person. They may have some kids, they may not. So, you know, the demographics are so wide on something like this, it's really hard to predict, you know, with any sort of certainty, how many number of students will be part of the development.
Sure. Just for the members of the commission, we're looking into conducting a study ourselves or commissioning a company to do that study. $20,000-$30,000 will be done in a couple of months. Obviously, my full board has to agree with that idea, but I think it'd be beneficial for the village and the school district to better understand those numbers. A lot of the conversation we're hearing is ownership property versus rental property. And I think that's kind of the crux of what we're dealing with. As far as the district's concerned, rental property, when in an addition of 66 rental units to the Mac Elementary School, can cause significant problems in the nature of the business of a rental property. So July is usually the lease stop date, somewhere in July, August. Obviously, our planning for staffing, busing, facilities, we're already well into that for the next school year. And Mac is not unique, or is unique in that it is our only title school, impacted in probably an overburdensome way in regards to the amount of rental properties that lie within its boundaries. That's just given the nature of what's in the village on the east end already. So adding another development of rental specific units, I could see that continuing and we could see that pattern. Obviously, I'd like to get the study done and get some hard legitimized numbers for you and for us to consider. And we're looking to do that ourselves. But as far as development comes, we don't ever hear a lot of that. I think we hear members of this commission ask that question, or I'm here and I'm asking that question now. But for some reason, we never get that information from the developer asking to do business in our village. And instead we're putting that onus on the taxpayer, right? Either through the school district or the village or some conglomeration of the two to figure that out. I don't know if that's a possibility for consideration down the road, that developers bring that type of information in. How do you vet it? There's a lot of things that context conversation, I guess, would open up. But from the school district standpoint, specific to rental properties, it does make a difficult operational approach for our district. Specific to the east end, it would be a little less burdensome if it was to the west or the north, where we're not quite so overwhelmed with that type of development. But here we are with another one on this end. Ownership, I think, would reduce that influx out of yearly, that July cycle, I guess, would be the best way to describe it. So just for consideration for the commission.
Our intended renter or tenant is going to be empty nesters with the attached garage, individual entrance, people downsizing. The other part is those that want to stay in Germantown, those young professionals that would like to buy, they can't afford to. The entry level is the $400,000 range. And certainly they want to stay where they grew up many times. Wherever they work, whether it's close by or whatever, that they can afford that $16,000 to $2,000 a month, which is, these are going to be in the $200,000 cost range to build these. We have to get those kind of rents to sustain the development costs. So, we envision higher end renters, well-earning individuals. So I don't think we don't have any 3 bedrooms, which would be more conducive to families. Even one of the first people that spoke, it lives in the condominium. She has a young child. So I don't think anybody or certainly the single families are immune to the child. And we can't predict how many families are going to have children. I can't. I don't have any data to that effect. Will we have some? I would assume we will. I'm sure we will. But I don't know if a different type of ownership would dictate anything different. So.
Okay. Not just.
No, ma'am, we had public hearing and I really can't let you interrupt from the audience. I apologize, but other, Mr. Tarantino.
Is in RM3 is 10 dwelling units per acre the maximum?
Yes,
Is that what the Friends property was at?
close to it, yes.
And in RM1, it's 6?
Right, and RM2 is 8.
And that 6 is what Seven Pines is, or RM1?
It's an RM1 with a PDD overlay, but it's essentially 6 units per acre density.
Would it be non-doable financially if it was RM1? Just not enough for the costs that you're spending to build it? It doesn't make sense if it was a lower density?
It'd be tough.
Further discussion? Ms. Henk?
So when this came before us earlier this year, we indicated that the density was a little much for the area. It seems that the units were reduced by 2. I was thinking a lot more than 2, more towards that RM1, RM2 range, especially being sandwiched between the single-family homes and the condominium development. I will say that the circulation of this second plan is significantly better than the first one. So appreciate that you did take some of the commentary we gave you back in June into consideration, but I do think it is still too dense for this area.
Further discussion? I have a couple questions. Number of units, and I agree with what Ms. Henk had said. We had talked about the density and being a little bit dense. And we had some issues with trying to squeeze too much onto that property in regards to building and the ability to get around inside that facility. So I am kind of surprised that it came as high as it did. I was looking again for something that was a little bit less. Is there a reason why you're not looking at condos, or since you have an expertise in senior development, why you're not considering that as well, rather than just opening it up to general apartment?
It seems a general apartment probably a little bit more conducive for this site. I have not done condos. I have no interest in doing condos. I have, the senior development is, basically apartment development. I've done all sorts of types of that, as Jack has as well. So if there is an issue on the density side, we're open for discussion. I want to take into account the concerns of the residents, the concerns of the plan commission, in terms of, layout and density. But it's, we would prefer it to be, multifamily.
Okay, well, and the only reason I raised that question is, and as you've heard from many of the audience that participated in the public hearing, is to the north, you have condominiums, to the south, you have condominiums, and then to the west, you have a single family. So I think it would be a more amenable if it would be condominiums because of what is around in that area. The 66 units, to me, I still think that's too dense and would like to see something less along maybe not as far as an RM1, but more in the range of what an RM2 would allow for this area. And you'd need to do the numbers as to if that would work or not. I think what I'd also like to see, based on some of the comments that we've received and have heard, is the possibility, I see proposed sidewalk on the photo or the slide that's up there, the willingness to look at what it would take to bring the sidewalk down to Autumn Ridge. Because we have islands of sidewalk in that area, and I'd like to see some connectivity between the walkways that are up around the Seven Pines to this one, down to Autumn Ridge to the corner of County Line, that then would allow at least walking all the way up to Pilgrim Mall, actually all the way up. I mean,
Right.
until you get into your commercial area.
I think that's what the resident who commented was implying, that when the village discussed sidewalks for their project, there was a commitment to finish the connection if and when development to the north, which would include this area presumably, would be included or developed. So since we can't require the developer of this property to necessarily build a sidewalk on somebody else's frontage, that's something we'd have to enter into some sort of agreement.
And you're going to do that
But if it,
far north,
to the edge of the property.
just to the edge of the property. So you're going to walk to the north end of Seven
Right, well, here's
Pines
the
and then have
sidewalk here.
nothing. Yeah.
Right.
You walk to the north end of
Well,
Seven
then you have
Pines.
Then you've got the storage facility, and it goes nowhere after that.
Right, and
And nothing after that, right?
right, but it still allows some continuity. I don't like the island here, and I don't like the island of sidewalk a little bit further down. It needs continuity there, so it looks like like it was planned rather than just happened.
Well, and it is filling in as these pieces are developed, including further north, just south of Donges Bay, the Kuberg development has sidewalk, the townhouse development has a requirement for sidewalk.
That's already in.
So it's happening. It's just a matter of the village may need to step up and complete, these intermediate pieces to complete the connection in a more timely manner.
But for the 66 parcels, I still think that is too dense, and I will not be voting in favor of the zoning change.
So
For that
an
reason.
RM2 is 8 units per acre.
Mhm.
At 7 acres, you're looking at 56, 54, 55, 56 units per acre.
Yeah, if we could, we'd be willing to consider taking that 6 units, certainly that, out of there, moving some buildings over, which would certainly open up circulation and more green space. That doesn't get us to the RM2, but that's something that we could, that would keep that one building in the center further away from the Autumn Ridge neighbors. And, but that's something we would certainly consider.
So
That'll
you're
give
saying
us
you would
6
consider the RM1?
No, I'm sorry. It would still have to be RM3 because it would drop us down to 60 units.
If you take out building number 6.
Yeah, we take out.
Yeah, I see that.
So
I see.
this one over, get more green space.
Propose it.
Open space in the center.
I mean, to go to RM2, you'd effectively have to drop one building.
One full building.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Trustee Baum.
So what is, in general discussion, I got to back away from this specific project for a moment. Why do you not like to build multifamily for sale condos, if you will? Why do you not like to do that?
Yeah, the numbers that we've shown, the absorption is relatively slow. certainly in this immediate area. Further to the west, it's much higher. Units get absorbed much quicker and at higher rates, but certainly not in this immediate area. And we don't feel that we can build them, certainly not this type that is affordable to make it worthwhile to sell them.
So why I asked that question is, what are you gonna do the rest of the way up 145? Friends comes back in again. All he wants to build is rental. I don't believe he really wanted to build owner occupied. He said he'd do owner occupied, but
No, he's here.
That's another issue.
Yeah, that's
You're-
another issue for another day.
The question is valid. What are we gonna do with the rest of the parcels?
what do you do if you don't, if the condos are slow in sales, as you're telling me, and you don't want apartments for a various number of reasons that I understand, what do you do? You hold out for all this? Do we change our 2050 plan to this is all industrial?
No.
Well, no, because we're gonna get the Harder's Lakeside disposal proposal coming in again,
Yeah.
which we're still considering.
Yeah, which is just up the street.
So I struggle with what belongs here then.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your study information from, and I know Seven Pines was, took a little time to get going, but when they put in their last development, I thought that was absorbed pretty quickly. And I really don't see a lot of for sale signs for a long time, in the Autumn Ridge area. I tend to believe they turn pretty quickly, in that area, because that whole subdivision is managed. And you can shake your head like this if you agree with me. Okay. So that absorption, there's people that are looking. I know that, the demographic of we're getting into the back half, not half, probably the back smaller section of what baby boomers are transitioning to retirement, and they're looking for something less, and less need of working your yard and maintaining your property. So, and I can speak for myself there, because I know within, a number of years, I'll be looking at the same thing. So I don't discount you do your research and where you're getting information from. It just seems that there is some need for that within Germantown. And again, as seen now, this is in the center of two areas that are already that way. It makes it harder to go forward with apartments, but if that's what's coming forward as a development proposal, then I don't want to see it at the density that it's at. I'd like to see it less. Further discussion on a motion to approve the zoning application.
With the 4 amendments.
You are?
No.
With as presented. Any further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Aye. For the record, raise your hands. That's everyone. So, gentlemen, it's a no for this zoning. I would ask you to consider something else and come forward with something else.
How does this planning commission look at the vacation of Crimson Road?
Yeah, I put my weight behind what the police and fire feel is the best, the best reason of why they'd like to see some access back there. I can understand it. Because it's single access, the one entrance coming in, if there was, whatever, it may make it difficult for that very far, building number 3 or building number 4, to get there. So I think they want it for the right reasons, and I put, I trust that their recommendation is the right one. So if that's something that they really want, if they can come and tell me that it's something that's, not a direct need, and they could work it without it, then I'll consider that as well. But I'm not looking to put the road all the way down to, I think we were pretty clear on that we weren't really looking to extend that right away all the way down to 145.
So you would look at vacating it with a possible connection subject to the police and fire recommendation.
Right, on that emergency gate.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming and answering our questions. Next item under new business is item B, Jeff Osgood, agent for Quick Trip Inc. and Ben Venue Properties, property owner located at North 112 West 18741 Mequon Road, former PNC Bank. Quick Trip Convenience Store relocation from West 188 North 10963 Maple Road. Conditional use permits, site plan, sign plan, and rezone from B3 to B5 on tonight's agenda for public hearing and action. To give us more information background on this new business item, I'll turn the meeting over to our associate planner, Josh Yonke. Jordan Yonke, sorry, Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Josh, Jordan.
As you mentioned, this is a rezone request, conditional use permit, site plan and sign plan review for Quick Trip. Jeff Osgood's the applicant. Here are the applications and uses in front of you. It involves a convenience store, motor vehicle, and petroleum service station with a self-service car wash. It's located at this location off of Mequon Road. You're probably familiar with it as there was a consultation in July with the applicant a few months ago. Here's the existing site. Prior PNC Bank building was at this location, or is at the location, but currently vacant. The rezoning, as you mentioned, there is a rezone request from B3 district into the B5 district. The properties in the Lannon-Mequon Road corridor per the 2050 comp plan have the B5 district intent, which supports highway-oriented business uses, which that would be the request that would be put this property into that zoning district from the general business district. Conditional use permit, self-service car wash is a conditional use permit in the requested B5 district. And there is a conditional use permit for the relocation of a pre-existing prohibited use under the wellhead protection provisions that went in August this year. For the amended text, and the use under the district is a motor vehicle filling station. So Quick Trip's proposing to relocate that pre-existing facility from their location off of Maple Road, south of Mequon, or I'm sorry, south of Lannon. Project summary here, as you saw in the packet, relocation, demo of existing building, redevelop the site with on-site stormwater, lighting, landscaping, sign plan, which we can get into more, curb gutter, driveway expansion, and parking lot. The construction of a 12,000 roughly square foot convenience store with attached two-bay car wash, detached gasoline canopy with 20 pump positions, and a detached diesel canopy, which you'll see in the renderings. Be a 24-hour day, 7 days a week operation according to the application, with 28 to 35 full-time and part-time employees with 2 to 8 on site at certain times. Here are some of the products that they sell and were mentioned in their cover letter. And one thing I should mention, the existing Quick Trip would be decommissioned upon the new store opening. And of course, that would be a DNR process to remove the fuel storage and other canopies that are on that existing site. Site plan here in the packet, and this is the site development plan that was included. There was a 28-page detailed site development plan in the packet. We can come back to the site plan at a later time, but you can see the proposed site layout here with the building, the canopies, and the rough circulation of the site from Mequon Road and Maple Road entrances, as well as the circulation for the car wash that's proposed on the northeastern portion of the building. Rendering here, it has asphalt shingle roof and brick facade. They did tie in the same details on the canopy structures to the main building. In the packet, I did include the change since July with some of the input that was given from the Plan Commission to incorporate more of a Germanic theme, given the fact that it's especially in the Mequon Road corridor. Landscaping, new perimeter landscaping. There was a detailed landscape plan as well. Trees, shrubs, perennials. There is a narrow landscape strip along Lannon Road, just to the east or southeast of the proposed parking, and also tree plantings along Maple Road and plantings at the Mequon Road entrance. There's also interior lot landscaping, including around the parking lot and island landscaping. Here is the landscape plan, which we can come back to as well. Sign plan, there was a number of signs, most importantly, the building, wall signage, and 2 freestanding monument signs. Here's the sign plan that was included in the packet, shows a cross-reference list for the signage proposed. Here's some images just to give you a general sense of the channel letter wall signage on the building that's proposed, the monument sign, which there'll be 2 different locations of that, and also the canopy signage on the bottom portion of the structure. Again, comments from staff, though. This is in the Lannon-Mequon Road corridor, which permits retail commercial as desirable. Rezoning from B3 to B5 to get this into a district. More permissive, actually, in terms of the uses that are being requested. B5 only requires a conditional use for the car wash instead of the actual petroleum service station. Discussion points, and I know the applicant will touch on this. There's a few of them from the consultation, but also leading up to this meeting tonight, mostly the site access, circulation, and parking. There was a traffic impact analysis included, and also there was a condition added by staff, and I'll let our village engineer kind of touch on some of the traffic and circulation here in a minute. But a northbound right turn lane as you approach on Maple Road is being conditioned by staff to be added. The other thing is the retaining wall. There's a retaining wall proposed around the northeastern portion and eastern, southeastern as you kind of wrap around the building along Lannon Road. There's a retaining wall that varies in height, but at certain points it gets up to roughly 7 to 9 feet in height. So if you're looking at Lannon Road, and also if you're parking or maneuvering in that location, staff did want to call attention to that and work on a condition, maybe in addition to what was in the packet, for safety measures and additional approval for a fence or barrier type structure on the wall, specific landscape plantings or changed or altered landscaping from what's proposed to fully screen that retaining wall at the highest points. And also to get the final architectural detail. And I know the applicant can talk about some of their other retaining walls that they have at differing locations. Architecture as well, as I mentioned, they did change the structures based on comments in July, but that is one of the recommended conditions by staff would be to have the brickwork on the canopy structures go up the support columns. I think that was mentioned potentially during the July meeting, but we are recommending that as a condition, so we did want to call that out to your attention. And also just generally the sign and lighting plan we can discuss as well. With that being said, there was a memo from Public Works and the village engineer, but I thought maybe this is a good time to maybe let our village engineer, Kevin Driscoll, who's nice enough to attend tonight, to speak on the review of the traffic input analysis and also the recommended condition for the right turn lane. So,
all right, thank you, Jordan. Good evening, commissioners. As Jordan indicated, northbound right turn lane was recommended in the traffic impact analysis, and that's concurred by engineering staff. In addition, Jordan also mentioned the retaining wall. So that retaining wall, from my perspective, it should require a PE stamp by a structural engineer, given the height of it. And in addition to what Jordan mentioned about the landscaping along the retaining wall, the beam guard, the crash safety railing could also have landscaping done along the edge of it, along the perimeter. So that would be up on top of the wall. So those are the two of the conditions that I would consider including. The third one, with the traffic impact analysis, it looked at two different alternatives out for the ingress egress at Maple, where there's allowing all movements, left turn, out, straight through, and right turn. So in the event crashes become a problem at Kleiman, then a right turn only onto Maple may be warranted. but initially allowing all movements would be my recommendation. So allowing a condition through an agreement such as an MOU to require a right turn only onto Maple in the future is one of my recommendations. So that's all I have for now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Unless there's any questions on that.
Did you?
Yes, I have a question.
Planner Retzel?
You indicated there are 3 conditions you would recommend adding to the already list of conditions. Could you summarize those real quick again?
I think the first condition about the sign it's been shifted away. So I think it's just 2 conditions.
Okay.
Yeah. So if crashes are a problem at the Kleinman intersection, then a right turn only onto Maple may be warranted through an agreement such as an MOU. And the second condition is the retaining wall plan requires a PE stamp by a structural engineer. That is not an engineering requirement, but an aesthetic requirement that could also be addressed in the landscaping plan.
I got lost. Where's the right turn on Clyman Drive?
Northbound on Maple,
Northbound on Maple.
northbound onto Maple from
Oh, yeah, right here.
egress of the quick trip.
Goes into where the used to be Goffs.
Kleinman Road is the opposing,
Right.
Right turn.
Right turn only northbound.
Would come out of the quick trip, you only would be able to turn right on.
Only if the crashes warrant a further analysis of it.
So here, it has climbing there.
right now, the traffic study indicates the need for a right turn in lane for traffic going into the Quick Trip off of Maple, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we've conditioned that.
Right, and Kevin is suggesting that if future conditions are such where there's traffic crashes, other things that might warrant improvement or correction to that intersection.
Yeah, like the like trucking movements making a left turn southbound from Quick Trip through that median, getting queued with traffic.
Right.
Going southbound.
Second condition is what?
A retaining wall requires a PE stamp by a structural engineer.
And I've got a drawing that shows retaining wall on the far east.
Far east.
So you want another retaining wall there, and is there a retaining wall on the south?
Not that
Lannon
I'm
Road.
aware of.
Yes, the whole stretch of the site along Lannon is a retaining wall.
Is?
Yeah, just fronting Lannon.
Okay,
Just fronting the paved
Right here.
surfaces.
yeah, now I'm starting to understand that, but what is, like, there's a wrong drawing in here? I'm misunderstanding this one drawing.
Which one?
It is,
Page.
trying to let it reset on my computer. I've lost it, I've gone too far. The drawing is page 190, and it is C020. It's called a demo plan. Is that the existing bank?
Yes.
That's what that is. Looks different on that. Okay.
I have a question for Kevin.
Yes, Ms. Hank.
How tall is the retaining wall?
It varies 6 to 9 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Anything else before we go into public hearing?
And I'll just go through the recommendations.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, and Village Forester too, the landscape plan would be subject to final acceptance from him. He had a few comments that were included in the packet. And with that, staff recommendation is to approve the rezoning as proposed. Approve the conditional use permit for the self-service car wash for Quick Trip, subject to 8 conditions listed in the packet. And approve the site development and building plan submitted by Quick Trip for the convenience store attached to bay car wash and the gas and fuel canopies and parking lot driveway and other accessory improvements. Just on the slide, I did want to clarify because I get how they're kind of run together. Engineering had some comments and conditions that we're bringing forward, but just generally in the packet, we did have conditions addressing the retaining wall and associated landscaping and a fence or barrier type structure. So if the Plan Commission wants to modify that or be maybe more specific or concise than the conditions in the packet, I did offer up some clarifying language on this slide. And the last one would be to approve the sign plan for Quick Trip, subject to the 2 conditions listed in the packet. And I would request the Plan Commission just clarify also that an address coordinates be added to the base of the 2 freestanding monument signs. And lastly, Groundwater Technical Review Committee heard this case and the documents that you see on screen, November 25th, and they did approve the motor vehicle filling station per the relocation clause, or I'm sorry, they recommended approval to the Plan Commission subject to the 7 conditions for that approval that are also listed in the packet. So with that, there is a public hearing with this and the applicants in attendance too. I know one of them wants to speak, so I guess I would ask the Plan Commission whether or not you want the applicant to speak on this first or have public comment.
I'd prefer public comment first.
We'll go public comment first. All right, are we set? Then we will open this public hearing by hereby stating, a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall located on Mequon Road in Germantown and also can be accessed virtually through WebEx on Monday, December 9th at 6:30 PM or later. The purpose of said hearing will be to hear any and all parties, their attorneys or agents for or against the following applications: to rezone of the following described property from the B3 General Business District to the B5 Highway Business District. Number 2, conditional use permit to allow the operation of a self-service car wash from the property described below pursuant to section 17.32, subsection 3, subparagraph G of the Village Zoning Code. And number 3, a conditional use permit to allow the operation of a motor vehicle filling station within the Groundwater Protection Overlay District pursuant to the relocation of pre-existing uses or facilities listed as a conditional use or prohibited use provisions under section 17.40.12, subsection 3 of the Village Zoning Code. The applicant is Jeff Osgood, agent for Quick Trip Inc. and Ben Venue Properties, which is the property owner. The property address is North 112, West 18741, Mequon Road. If there was anyone within our audience that would like to come forward to speak for or against, you're welcome to do so at this time. Just come to the podium, state your name and your address for the record, and if you have a yellow slip, please turn that in as well.
All right. Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. So I know that this company does a really excellent job in putting together their packages for development, as I have peripherally worked with them elsewhere before. I'm glad to see that there's no witch's hat on the building. So thank you for not putting a witch's hat on there. It does look like you took some of the cues from this building and the other village buildings. And those look great and nicer than the previous presentation. However, I think that the canopy is way too top heavy and really ugly with that roof on it. I think that should go away. It blocks the building and it just looks like it's going to fall over. I disagree with adding brick around the columns. I think that if you look at some of the earlier last century German architects where they were full of light and structural elements that you can find a way to make a reason for the canopy to be treated differently than the building, since it's more utilitarian than it is a place where people go in and do retail. I think they're two separate types of things, and I think that it will be a detriment to the development in the long run. If we had design standards about these things, it would be very helpful for people like this organization to come forward. So that would be one of the things that I would suggest. Regarding the traffic, I use this road quite a lot, Maple. There will be a problem. Potentially the new traffic lights will help. I would just ask that the village do not put in any of those pork chop dividers. Those things are terrible when you're trying to guide people to a right only or a left or a right in only. Those things just get run over by trucks, run over by cars, and it causes more problems than if it was just paint. Do you know what I mean by pork chop dividers? Okay, good. All right, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward to speak for or against the rezoning application or the conditional use permit applications?
I'm Lynn Schauer Bednarz, and I like Quick Trip. I think it's a good move. However, I think where they're at right now is safer. I won't even go to the one in Menominee Falls. It's an absolute zoo. You can't get in. They're already overtaking the entrances from another business. And there's been a lot of problems with people getting out of their cars and walking. This looks a lot bigger, but coming off of Mequon Road, I go that road a lot. I go to West Bend a lot. And what's happening when you go to an entrance off a busy road like Mequon Road, it's going to cause problems. Quick Trip is a very successful business and people like to go there. I like to go there, but I don't anymore because of the traffic. And my daughter lives in West Bend and I go there a lot, and the same thing. It's right off of Washington Street and it's busy all the time. It blocks traffic a lot the community's getting busier. And so the only thing I can think of is I think and coming off of Maple, if you make a right, your exits are going to I don't understand maps that good, but if you're coming off the other end of it, it might work. But I think traffic is going to be an enormous problem coming off of Mequon Road. And I'm very concerned. I've missed a lot of mishaps, even making a left to go the Quick Trip that's there. And who's going to pay for all the removing of all the pumps, the building residue? Who's going to pay for all that? I don't want Germantown as a taxpayer to have to pay 1 penny toward that move of Quick Trip, of taking the pumps out, returning the land the way it's supposed to be, and taking care of all the problems with the land. That should not be our responsibility. If Quick Trip wants to move, they should pay for everything. And that's my opinion. I've had that opinion for a long time on any move. So I think it's a good move as long as it doesn't cost the residents, but I do think there's going to be a traffic problem. And I don't want to pay another tax dollar for anything. Let Quick Trip pay all their money making the move. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. If there's anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application or the conditional use permit applications.
Hi, my name is Nancy Lawander, and I'm here on behalf of Kilbourne Merchant Corporation. We own the adjacent land to this property, and there's a residential house on Lot 1 right now that is currently rented out, and we have rented it for the last 30 years. My father actually built the bank building that is there right now. And so, I mean, my point here is a couple things, because I brought a picture of what the property used to look like. Let's see. Anyway. And so what we're looking at is like, wait, are we?
There you go. That's up.
right here. So there's a house here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we call the farmhouse. That's when this property was purchased. This whole section was purchased by Kilbourne State Bank. And then the bank was built on this property, but apparently it goes a little bit behind.
You need to go back to the microphone.
Please, just so everybody can hear you that's listening at home.
Okay, so on all the maps, it just shows the part where Quick Trip wants to be, but it doesn't show the rest of this property. So this is actually the property that Quick Trip would have access to. And this is where we own a house, and then we own the rest of this property. And at one point, Quick Trip actually reached out to us to ask to purchase that, and they did not follow through. And I object to this development because if Quick Trip builds this 24/7 gas station with 2 car washes, lights all over, we've all been to the Quick Trips, no one will want to live in the farmhouse property that we own. And that is a $275,000 parcel. And then there's another $850-some parcel that's down the way. But all of this, if you understand the landscape there, where they're building, it's low landscape, and that is a high water table there. And when my father built that bank building and they dug in to build the basement, it filled up with water and they had to pump it out. And they developed a different way to get the water out of that building site. But it's all connected to the wetlands that would be to the east and to the south. And so when I read this material, I understood that they want to relocate Quick Trip because they're in a water table that might get polluted. But now you're going to move it to actually almost the exact same or worse water table. And so I don't understand the move, A. I don't understand tearing down a really beautiful 30-year-old building. And then also you're putting this high traffic, high light pollution, and potentially environmental pollution in this area that is a beautiful wetland. And even though there are a lot of manufacturing companies there, they're buildings that are up higher, so they're not at that water table level. So I talked to my dad. He's 91 years old. I told him about this. And he said, well, I don't want to go to the meeting. And I understand that. But he said, the things that you want to tell them is that when they built that bank building, there was a groundwater problem. There's a drainage problem because that whole area used to be swamp. And then when you add lighting to that area, you're gonna expose that whole area to light pollution. And so I get it. I heard the increased traffic and everything else. If you leave that area, so we have Kilbourne Merchant Corporation, which is just a little bit down the road on Carnegie Drive. At between 2:30 and 4, that 4-way stop at the corner of Maple and what is called the old Mequon Road, it's impossible. So you've heard about the traffic that might come in from Lannon Road or off the highway, but you also have all the manufacturing shift workers that are going to be coming through there at 2:30 to 4:30. And so I encourage you to vote no on this. I don't think it's a good place for any kind of petroleum facility. There has to be higher land, less wetland, and I encourage you to preserve the natural wildlife that's there. And I have seen bald eagles in that area across the street, turtles crossing Mequon Road because they go from one wetland to another. And I think Germantown is beautiful because it has those natural aspects. And we have this beautiful wetland area with abundant wildlife, and that should be preserved. And the fact that Quick Trip decided to like throw on some German architectural detail should not persuade you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application or the conditional use permits?
I did not get a yellow sheet, so.
All right. Just
So,
state your name and address for the record.
My
That would be
name's
great.
David Kazinskas, and that's Kasinskkas. West 189 N 11161 Clyman Drive. And Paul Stengel couldn't be here tonight either. He wishes he could come, and possibly we would like to meet maybe with the planning commissioner if possible afterwards too. Concerns is a lot of with traffic. So I own the GSE building right across the street, and we've had quite a few accidents there. And with trucks coming in, I don't even know how you're even going to do that, to be honest with you. We've had trucks turn down Clyman that can't figure out how to get out, so they'll pull through our parking lot and then come over the curbs, and we've had lights taken out and so forth. And so with a major, I love Quick Trip, so don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a great thing, but I don't know if that's going to be the right location for you guys. Maybe if it was entrance and exit on Mequon Road, it might be a little bit better. But I think with the thing on Maple, I think with climate and everything is going to be a major problem. It's the gateway to the manufacturing companies. That's why we settled there. And I think Paul Stengel also with his building across the street also. And so I think with those things being said, I think, it seems like Quick Trip is better off suited, like if it's going to be a truck stop, like right off the highway. And so you can move traffic in and trucks in and out very quickly and get it on and off the road. Whereas I think when you're turning in from Mequon to Maple, it's just going to be a nightmare. I mean, we don't have that much traffic now, and there's a lot of traffic. So I think you're going to have some serious problems there, especially with, I mean, we're right on Clyman, right when you turn there, it's going to be a nightmare. So, but, so that's my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming forward.
Yep.
Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time? Speak for or against the zoning permit or the conditional use permit?
My name is Stephen Shellen. I'm the owner of the property that we're speaking of. I've been in there over 15 years and seen the decline of its usefulness for several reasons. It's built as a bank with with 5 offices on the second floor. Second floor has no capability for handicapped access. So it's very difficult to get a renter to rent the second floor at all. COVID killed the people that I did have there for many years because COVID did that. First floor is about 1/3 vault. And I mean reinforced concrete and steel with 3 vault doors that are 8 foot high and 6 foot wide and between a foot and 2.5 feet thick. They're useful for storage, but they're not useful for business. I have improved the building in the 15 plus years that I've been there. I've improved the property. It doesn't have any water problems. Those were solved as the roadway was developed below it, and the drainage goes in the ditch from the forest. The house up on the hill, I own the silo there. That's still on my property, which is unreachable because of the hill. So that's not useful for my property. The house up there is an old farmhouse. Very nice for the people there, but half of the property on the top of the hill is mine and I have no access to it. Quick Trip will preserve that hill with the wall and the fence. It will make it look much better. There is erosion on the hill that I can't control. And the property tax has about doubled, while the usefulness of the building for me as a landlord and occupier of office there for my company, small company, it's impossible for me to make enough money to pay the taxes. I am not pleading for that, but I'm pointing out the fact that it's not a good building for business. Even if somebody would buy it for me at less than what Quick Trip's going to pay and go in there, they're going to have the same problems I've had, which is declining ability to rent it, increasing needs for an aging building. Soon the roof will, which is a shake roof, will need to be replaced, and that will be a tremendous cost. I've already redone the sidewalk around it. Much of the concrete there, the parking area has been redone piece by piece, year by year. And it's created, since there's not my ability to keep people in the building, I've had problem with vandalism, overnight parties, firecrackers being set off because it's kind of shielded from the road. Quick Trip has made me a good offer. It's an ideal spot for Quick Trip. It's got good access in and out. There's a lot of truck traffic that goes up the hill to the industrial park, and there's no place nearby that has diesel fuel for those trucks. So this shortens their travel. It's energy efficient. Quick Trip runs a very good business, and moving them to this position where they're visible and higher ground. Their lower station is actually in a lower wetland area. It will allow them to remove old tanks and put in new equipment underground that's better monitored, and of course, it's new. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Planner Retzloff.
Just a quick question of clarification. You indicated that the silo is on your property and it's going to be preserved because the site plan shows
I
otherwise.
have to ask Quick Trip that, but I believe so.
Okay.
It's.
All
I
right,
don't
we'll
think
have them address that.
anything up the hill.
Thank you.
You might want to convince them to put a roof on it and make it a German silo.
You sell ice cream.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application or the conditional use permits?
Fill out a yellow slip for you, but I haven't.
Just give us your name, Steve.
Okay, Stephen Wezalowski. I live at West 169, North 10427 Pheasant Run in the Old Farm subdivision. I was sitting here tonight listening to everything going on, so I thought I'd just throw in some comments. More so, I'm not against the project, but a couple of things for Quick Trip though, and things to think of. I think traffic is a big concern for me at the Kleiman entrance. Adding that right lane like Kevin's talking about for trucks turning in is great. And frankly, I'm not familiar with your plan, but I think most of the truck traffic that's going to be when I use that gas station is going to be going north, turning in. And I think I saw from what I was trying to see there, it looks like you got dispensers on one area and then other ones up towards the north. And I'm thinking maybe the north ones are more for truck traffic. So as I look at that, if I'm coming to that gas station with a semi truck, I'm going to be coming in off of Mequon Road or Lannon Road, get into the right lane. I'm going to turn in and I'm going to head for the pumps that will only take me out onto Mequon Road on that north exit, if I'm correct looking at that. So I don't think traffic as far as semis trying to exit back onto Maple Road are really going to be a concern there. There might be somebody trying to do that, but I don't think that's a concern. But the only concern I have there, nobody brought up LaFleur's Gymnastics on Kleiman. If you ever drive by that place, the lot's not big enough for everybody that attends LaFleur's. They're always parking on the road. So there is a lot of traffic there and it's kid traffic coming there all the time. But I think that could be worked around. I really think you got to consider the right turn only if you're going to come out onto Maple. So I think right up front, maybe Quick Trip needs to think about that, how they can make their plan work. I don't think you want traffic trying to cut across there. That's just a bad location, especially with all the traffic from LaFleur's. The only other thing, architecturally, I like to do landscaping, being retired. When I hear today about along Lannon Road, it sounds like there's going to be somewhere up to possibly a 9-foot retaining wall. That scares the hell out of me. That's tall. And we always are talking at our meetings about Mequon Road, Lannon Road's the gateway to Germantown. We're going to make that part of our downtown area. As I sat here tonight listening to that, I was just querying 2-tier retaining walls. And I don't know if that fits into their plan or not, but if it's area's got to be 9 feet tall, can we break that up, set that wall back, and then you do landscaping, shrubbery in that section? That way there, as you look at the wall, you don't see 9 feet, you see a broken wall there. And along with that, if we're gonna, this being the gateway to Germantown, I'd rather not see a concrete paver type, Menard type retaining wall. Let's go to Hallquist and let's make this out of land and stone. Let's make this a really nice wall. That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application or the conditional use permits? If there is no one else, we can then close this public hearing. Commissioners. Start with motion.
I got to get back to my page to make the motion. Gonna do that. All right. I will make a motion to approve the rezone of one parcel comprised of 4.3 acres from the B3 general business to the B5 highway business as proposed. No conditions.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries.
I will make a motion to approve the conditional use permit for the self-serve car wash for Quick Trip Inc. for property located at North 112 West 18741 Mequon Road, subject to the 8 conditions as presented.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Was there, where did you want the comment made?
About?
It would be with the site development plan.
Site plan? Okay. All right. So I got nothing on this one then.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unopposed, motion carries.
Okay, I'm going to jump past the next one for a moment and make a motion to approve the sign plan for Quick Trip Inc. for property located at the same address, subject to the 2 conditions.
Just the sign plan, not the site sign plan?
The sign plan, this approval
That's
section.
the one you skipped over, right?
No, he's got another conditional use out there.
Site plan development I'm not doing. This one just has that. I
Just
read-
signs.
Just the sign plan.
Just the sign plan.
Okay,
Correct.
so we understand.
Yes.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on a motion to approve just the sign plan?
Is that where Jordan wanted the address added on?
If you could add it has to comply with code regardless, but a condition always helps.
Okay, if I may, with the second, I would like to add a condition number 3 to my motion to add the address to the bottom of the monument sign. Work with village staff to get it appropriate.
With approval and the second provides, further discussion on a motion to approve? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed, motion carries.
And we are approving this groundwater?
Correct. So the review committee recommended to the plan commission the conditional use for
I'll
the
make sure that-
relocation of the motor vehicle filling station.
So I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit to allow a motor vehicle filling station within the groundwater protection overlay district, subject to the 7 conditions as presented.
Motion made and seconded, discussion. Mr. Williams?
It's just one question. I believe the last time we went over the plan, we talked about the village being added as an additional insured on your pollution liability coverage. I believe you guys indicated that would be you able to accomplish that. Could we include that here?
Confirm that with the legal.
Okay.
So would you like to make a amendment to add an 8th condition?
Yes, please.
And your amendment would be to confirm that,
That the village of Germantown be added as an additional insured on their pollution liability policy.
I will second that.
Motion made, motion to amend made and seconded. Any discussion on a motion to amend? No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed. Motion carries. Back to the motion as amended. Further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Last one.
All right, that brings us back up to the I will make a motion to approve the site development plan and building plans submitted by Quick Trip Inc. for a 12,167 square foot convenience food store with 2-bay attached car wash, gas and diesel fuel canopies, parking lot, driveway improvements, and landscape installation for property located at North 112 West 18741 Mequon Road, subject to the 5 additional conditions, but I would like to add condition number 6, which would be a right turn only onto Maple at Clyman Drive will be required if accidents are persistent. Is that the way you want it?
Based on whose judgment?
Well, it's a recommendation from the village engineer. Kevin, do you want to help clarify with the language?
Is one too many? 5, 10?
How many accidents am I allowed to have before I got to put a right turn only there?
That's a good question. It's a hypothetical.
Yes.
At this point, the consideration that I'd like to reserve is to allow of a median intersection.
But you can't turn left there.
No left turn.
How do I get
Yeah, how do you get to
northbound, go to Clyman Drive? How do I go northbound on Maple and make a left turn onto Clyman Drive?
In the event of repetitive accidents, that's what would be evaluated. The traffic analysis that was added to the report
Yes.
included that as an alternative. Specifically to your question, going north to Mequon Road and taking a left and coming back to the south is one way you could access it.
Go around, long way around.
End up over by the roofing company.
Yes.
So that would be further evaluated with how there may be a left turn that could be maintained going northbound. If the curb or the median were extended further south, as opposed to having the median completely continuous. So that has not been designed. I'm saying that there should be consideration for that alternate that's proposed in the traffic impact analysis to be implemented.
Wait, okay. I'm going to withdraw my amendment because this needs more discussion. So I'm going to stop at number 5 as presented. Then we'll come back to this.
How?
What?
Are we,
Making a motion to just approve number 5. These will be, 6 and 7 will be,
it's part of the site plan.
I know, but I will make those as. something
Okay,
different.
off of this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
This is getting too complicated.
So your motion to amend is what right now?
To approve as presented with 1 through 5.
It's original motion.
Yes.
And we have a second.
Yes. Okay,
Further discussion.
now,
Trustee Baum.
that's all in place.
Who was the
Now,
second on that
this-
one?
This thing here with a cutting off my left turn to Climate Drive, cutting off my left turn into southbound, cutting off my left turn into the Quick Trip. That's problematic, but making a right turn out of Quick Trip onto Maple is reasonable to me, but I don't know how you do that. So
There is a median design where you could install at that Kleinman intersection there
Yeah.
that would provide for a northbound left turn into Kleinman, a southbound left turn into Quick Trip, but prohibit a left turn out of Quick Trip and prohibit a left turn out of Kleinman.
Not a
Okay.
pork chop, is it?
No, that's not,
What,
if I understand that correctly.
Ms. Hank, what can I do?
It ends up being, it looks more like a dedicated left turn lane down Kleiman. So it's kind of a long pork chop, but it's not the pork chop at the driveway entrances that cause all of the problems. It ends up being a divider between the northbound travel lanes so that people can go to LaFleur's and all of the businesses down Kleiman, but you can't leave Quick Trip and go straight through.
Right.
If,
What you were describing, right, Kevin?
if that is a problem with,
Yes, that's correct.
if there are how many accidents? How many is too many accidents?
The Federal Highway Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Design, the MUTCD, FHWA MUTCD has the warrants established, and that's a WISDOT standard. So that's what would be adhered to as referenced in the traffic impact analysis.
Okay,
So I don't know that number offhand, but I'd have to look it back up. I would have to look it up and get back to you.
okay,
I think it's a complicated calculation versus an actual number.
okay.
So
So-
it's based on the severity of the accidents and the traffic going through there. It's a traffic engineer's dream, but the rest of us,
The nightmare.
yes.
Okay.
So my intent was just to acknowledge that traffic's going to be increased in that area and that we want to reserve the right to be able to further evaluate that.
Okay. No. No. I will make a motion to include item number 6, which is to work with staff to limit the access at the Climate Drive intersection should traffic accidents be excessive per WISDOT standards?
The MUTCD standards.
MUTC standards. Yes, that's my motion.
MUTCD.
M-E.
MU.
M-U-T-C-D standards.
That is your motion to amend.
That is my motion to amend.
We need a second. Motion made and seconded. A question, at whose cost?
Hey, guys, I can't hear who's seconding. Who's seconding?
That was Bridget.
Okay, who was the one before that? The first motion for the 5 conditions? Paul made it. Who seconded it? Did anyone?
Bill.
Mr.
Nope.
Shadid,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
I was going to say that the effect of this is simply to put Quick Trip on notice, if you will, that if traffic reaches a certain level of problem on the public roadway, the village may modify its roadway that would restrict traffic movements in and out of the Quick Trip. Now, legally, I don't know how far we can go to effectively take away, their right to make turns in all directions and then limit it to only right turn only out. But that's essentially what we're talking about, is putting them on notice that we may, at our choosing, because it's our roadway, put in some sort of median treatment that will limit their ability to get in and out freely as they currently can or are proposing as part of this. I don't think we're asking for them to make an improvement at this point or to pay for something, correct?
Correct.
Solves it. No, you don't like it, but it solves it. I said roundabout. Roundabout solves it.
Could we ask them?
Yes, Mr. Applicant.
Come to the microphone, please.
I shouldn't acknowledge him. You should, shouldn't you?
Should.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Troy Malezova with Quick Trip, 1626 Oak Street, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Thanks for the time. Obviously, we want the facility to be safe and welcoming. It's a big investment we'd be making. If there's future problems in the street, I guess hearing about it tonight, no different than any other intersection in the village. If there are issues, obviously you would have the police powers to work on that and solve that issue. We'd be happy to work with you in the future on that. I think, as indicated, if in the future there are issues, you could do what was potentially called I guess I call it a 3/4 access. So you could have a southbound left turn lane into the site, which exists today.
Okay.
You could have a northbound left turn into, is it Gerlach? I'm sorry if I didn't.
Lyman.
Sorry. There as well, and then have some type of median function to prevent a left out of Quick Trip and a left out of Lyman.
Okay.
So I think we've seen that before. I think we'd like the ability to operate with the way it is today. Again, with that right turn lane, we think we can solve some issues with getting folks into and out of the site efficiently. But again, no different than any other traffic situation you'd have in the village. You'd have the ability to address it in the future.
Okay. I'm good with that.
All right, thank you.
Our motion works then? Motion I just made works to get that done?
See if it passes.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm not gonna repeat that.
Should there be ways or a way to make trucks have to leave the north? Because I think if trucks, I know after a couple times there, they probably wouldn't, but initially, somebody's gonna get turned around and try to cut left and get back to the highway, and they'll block basically all 4 lanes. That part would be a mess, in my opinion. But if they left out the north driveway and then sat at the stop sign to turn left to go south on Maple again, then it would,
North, they should turn right and go around.
or they could turn right and go, yeah. But is there like a sign, trucks must exit north, or?
We do have general signage that's directing the trucks to enter, diesel enter on the, I'm gonna call it the west side for lack of a better direction, and diesel exit on the east side. So then those trucks would be going north with directional signage throughout the site to kind of get them to navigate, to your point, mostly to the north.
Leonard
Again,
Etzel.
I know we talked about this in July, but we've got a facility in Richfield that services the folks on the interstate, that type of thing. We design it to get a big truck through here, but we think it's more box trucks, contractors, folks delivering and unloading from the business industrial park. So again, we've got facilities in the area for those big trucks designed to handle this, but again, more here, we'd be supplementing with the smaller trucks.
Thank you.
Leonard Etzel.
Troy, could you just explain how that truck parking area is intended to work? Because the arrows are pointing southwesterly.
Correct. And I can introduce other members of our team as well if there's more specifics, but those areas, one thing we do have now at our stores, folks do access the site for lunch, breakfast, things like that. So we have a place for them to park along the existing private road that's there. This would be an ability for them to do that. Again, they're designed to be bigger size so that people could head south, but they'd also have the ability for smaller trucks that can make a maneuver and head back north as well. We could look at striping it differently if you felt that was a better solution to have them go in the other direction potentially. Just put some pavement markings on to try to have some type of flow through there is what we indicated on the plan.
So if a semi with a trailer were to pull in the site coming off of Mequon Road with either a left or a right turn in, and they pull into that parking area, then they go and grab whatever they need to grab and they come back out. Is there room and maneuverability space for them to head south, go underneath the canopies or around the entire building and come back and head back out north the same way they came in?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if we've done that move. Maybe I can have Jeff from our team as well answer that for you.
Make it through here. Jeff Osgood, also with Quick Trip. Yes, and again, those arrows are more for directional for site planning purposes and discussion. We don't typically sign arrows on our lot like this. It's more or less for instructional for the site plans. Now, if you do go to sheet C-180, it does show truck movements. So you can see if a truck does come through the diesel canopy from the south, they can make that movement and park. So what this does is allows a semi to be able to fuel up and still park within the site at those parking stalls. And yes, there is plenty of room to go south around the gas canopy, fuel canopy, and then exit back to the north on Mequon. Now, trucks or vehicles coming off of Maple would also be able to pull into those truck stalls and exit north. So if they're not fueling. What it does, we don't want trucks backing up, semis backing up and then pulling into those stalls heading north. So yes, it does accommodate pretty much all those movements that were questioned, so.
And just to reiterate, there's no overnight parking of trucks allowed on the site?
Correct, and we can sign it. We commonly sign sites like this with no overnight parking. Yep.
Is there a scale?
No scale.
Okay, back to the motion as amended. Further discussion? This is on the amendment?
We haven't voted on the amendment yet.
No, we have not.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion to amend? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Back to the motion as amended. Further discussion?
Make another amendment to add a condition that the retaining walls be provided with a structural engineer's seal.
Motion made and seconded. Motion made to amend and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Yes.
Just
Thanks.
want to add a little clarifier there. Do you want a professional engineer seal or a structural engineer seal? They are different. I think you want a professional engineer seal.
Okay, make that a professional engineer seal instead of engineer. I'm fine
Okay,
with
and
that.
that's okay with the second?
Second, yes.
Second was Mr. Shattuck. All right, any further discussion on that motion to amend?
Can I speak to that at all or not?
Sure.
Just for clarity on that, we always do that, and that's the reason why I couldn't provide details today. Because we do have engineers designing the wall. It will be a decorative wall. Typically, they're about 4 foot wide by 18 or 24 inches deep, and about the same high. And again, decorative, very like a ready rock product is one that we use quite often. So
It's similar to the one that's on like the Plainville and Highway F?
No, in your book,
yeah.
Okay.
So it's a decorative concrete large block wall, not an 8-inch CMU residential walk.
That's what I
block
meant,
wall,
yeah.
so.
Okay.
So yeah, it will be fully engineered and
Well, you'd be covered. You still want to make that motion to amend?
Yes, they asked me to.
All right, very good.
Doing what they asked.
Any other discussion on that motion to amend? Planner Retzoff.
Are you open to possibly modifying the design of the wall? 'Cause there was a couple of suggestions tonight, including a two-tiered concept.
yeah, so, the space is limited as far as that width, if we want to provide landscaping. So if we do provide a 2-tier, I think it's going to limit your landscaping capability.
Weren't you putting a barrier along there too?
Yeah, we're planning for like a wrought iron fence on top of the retaining wall. To limit that space as well, and then also a landscape barrier on the upside and low side. And that's shown on your landscape plan.
Right, but the upside up on top landscaping is pretty narrow.
Yep.
It's some juniper shrubs in a 2 or 3 foot wide area. And you're going to put what kind of a railing?
Like, we're open to anything, but typically something like this, a metal wrought iron railing or some decorative fencing in order for a visual barrier for vehicles or whatnot.
Wouldn't necessarily keep a car from going over the edge, but just get the driver's attention that there's something there they shouldn't be driving toward.
Correct. Along with curb and everything else in the traffic. Yep.
Wouldn't the structural engineer or professional engineer call for something more substantial than that as part of the wall?
Tell me about it. Diane.
Or is that a separate issue?
Well, the speed of the impact to the, and the potential speed at that location is probably someone backing up. So my initial thought was some kind of guard railing, given the proximity, or rather the elevation change. But that's not a public road. But if it were, then that kind of elevation drop would probably warrant beam guard, but it's on private property. So further crash analysis could be evaluated to determine what's most appropriate for that. I don't have a specific answer, but if someone guns it backing up, they could go through, if it's not crash safety rated, and end up going over that wall.
If it becomes a persistent problem, I'm sure the applicants will deal with it.
Yeah, that with their insurance.
Yes, one way or another.
If it can happen, it will.
That-
Is it hard for us to just
Yeah, I'm not gonna,
ask that it be built heavier that's going to happen. Like, people are gonna crash turning left, people are gonna go over the wall through a wrought iron fence.
and
So,
when it becomes a significant problem,
then we'll be
the
reactive.
business will respond to it.
How many people have to get killed first or damage?
Yeah, we're not talking to the audience.
Further discussion?
On this motion, no, I'm not. I'm done with that one.
You're done? You're
I made my,
retracting?
no, I made my motion. It got seconded.
David made the
We-
motion
hold
to
on.
require
We're
the
discussing.
seal for the retaining wall. Did anybody second that one?
What is she saying?
Did anybody second?
I seconded it.
Yes.
For the
Ms.
PE
Hank.
seal, but you didn't vote on it, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any further discussion on that motion to amend? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed. Back to the motion as amended. Further discussion.
I also agree that the canopies are terrible. I don't like the roof on the canopy.
Are we at the site plan?
We're done with the conditions.
No, we have, right, but we have to vote on the motion as amended.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can make that and do that.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Any further discussion on the motion as amended? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed? Motion carries. That takes care of the change in zoning and the 2 conditional use permits and the sign plan. That leaves the site plan. Now
I can talk.
you can make a motion and then you can talk.
Which one am I approving now?
The site plan.
Here's the site plan at. Okay, approval of the site development and building plans.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the site development and building plans for the Quick Trip. 12th, I thought I did this one already.
No.
Yes, with the
No, you
5.
did the sign plan. not
Yes,
the
he
site.
did.
I asked, are you
Yes,
separating
he-
the site and the sign plan from
Yes.
each other? And you said
Great.
yes.
No, yes, he made this motion and Bill seconded it, but nobody voted on it.
On the site plan? No.
Yes.
Because that's where I'm
Yes.
adding the 6 and 7.
No, you had said approve original site plan and site plan development with 5 conditions. That never got voted on.
Okay.
With the
what are we
original
up to?
5 conditions,
I'm
and you
confused.
added conditions on top of it and then amended the conditions. I'm getting a
You and
little
your
confused here,
amendments.
guys.
What are we up to?
We're up to the.
I think we voted on the 2
7th motion.
amendments, but the site plan base motion is still there with the 5 original conditions.
Okay.
So
Yes,
we didn't finish it, so
All right.
we can discuss those 5 conditions and the canopy.
Go.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that
We already have a motion.
well, okay, I'd like to discuss that I don't like the roof on top of the canopies.
Okay, what are you looking for?
I would get rid of the roof on the canopies altogether. I would-
Completely.
Yeah, I'd just get a flat top canopy.
White? Like Sitco Station on County Line and
I'm trying to
Pilgrim
get back to the
Road?
drawing.
What's the canopy look like at the current Quick Trip?
It's up on the screen.
At the current Quick Trip?
Yeah, is that a,
Probably similar to the one that's up in the corner.
Is that what you have today across the street?
Yes. Like this.
well, it's heavy too.
And I don't,
is this gonna be part of the site plan or can we do another amendment for the canopy?
This is part of the site plan.
Okay,
Further discussion, motion? Give you 5 minutes?
he wants me to say
Can I
something.
make a few?
Yes, sir.
So we typically don't roof our canopies. This is in reaction to the Germanic theme, and so it does create maintenance, structural concerns and everything else, but we would obviously address them with an engineer to make it withstand the design. But if the canopy was not roofed, it would be an almond fascia, which would match our building and our ephes and the architectural colors that are on the building. So just a little clarity that we don't typically roof our canopies in most locations. So we're perfectly fine with removing that canopy if it's not desired.
So it would look like it looks there except without that roof structure up there,
Correct.
pretty much, okay.
Yep.
And it would be a cream color to match the building instead of white.
Correct. It is shown as cream.
I can't tell the color.
Rendering is.
Those
And we, as far as brick canopy columns as well, we typically don't do those unless requested. We do agree that going full height with the columns also makes that canopy look heavy.
Yeah.
Which is why we're showing the 9 foot.
I'm okay with the basis to the columns. You've done that in other locations. I just don't think the roof works on it.
Okay, so is it suggestion to remove the roofs?
Yes.
And do you need a motion for that, or is the suggestion strong enough?
I would motion because it is a condition.
You want a condition number? What's
the condition state?
Well, currently, so if we could just quickly, you had motion approval of the rezone, motion approval of the two CUPs and the sign plan with the address ordinance added as a condition. So then we're on to the site plan. With the first 5 conditions, we modified number 6 pertaining to the MUTCD standards, and number 7 pertaining to the professional engineer stamp on the retaining wall. And now number 8, I would recommend either striking that or modifying it to say the canopies shall be altered in per your recommendation.
Yes, I'll make a motion to modify condition number 8 to remove the shingled roof section of the canopies and just go with their standard flat canopy.
Motion made to amend. Do we need a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Seconded by Shadid.
No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed? Motion carries. Back to the motion as amended. Further discussion. Anything else?
No.
Are we, Mr. Williams?
I apologize. I'm probably asking this question in the wrong section, but I have a question, Jeff, as it relates to the old Quick Trip. Were they operating with the CUP there?
For the car wash?
Use? Because my question is, we've always said that conditional use moves with the owner of the land. If we're saying we're putting a deed restriction on that location so they can't operate it as a filling station, the land is still going to have the CUP, correct? So is the CUP moving? That's what I'm trying to understand. And
No,
how-
the CUP is not moving.
It's not moving. And how can a deed restriction be removed?
How can it be removed?
Yeah, can anybody buying that property in the future remove that deed restriction? Who's enforcing that there's no filling station going in there? Quick Trip, us, or the deed? And if it's the deed, who can remove the deed?
That's a good question for the village attorney, but the intention is that it not be removable.
Okay.
So we can check with that.
Okay, and a conditional use, if they were operating under one, is not moving with the landowner.
No, there's not an existing conditional use. The use of this property as a gas station has been for many, many years and predates the wellhead protection ordinance that requires a conditional use for this type of use. I mean, it's effectively, a vested land use. Some would call it grandfathered. And they can continue operating where they are. It's the moving part to a new location that necessitates the conditional use permit.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if who's going to manage or monitor the fact that there's no filling station or convenience store going into that location.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, just to answer that question, what we would do in this case would be put the deed restriction on the property. And as property seller, that obligation would be part of the record that would carry forward with the land.
So if that's someone felt against, that deed restriction can't ever be removed.
Not without our blessing.
I thought that's what I'm trying to understand. So you guys would have to be the ones to remove the deed restriction.
Correct.
Okay.
Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. It takes care of all items under this item of new business. Thank you all for coming tonight, and thank you all for participating in the public hearing. We appreciate it very much. Next item of new business is item C, Village of Germantown Community Development Department proposed text amendments to Section 14 Building Code, Section 17 Zoning Code, and Section 18 Subdivision and Plating Code of the Village of Germantown Municipal Code. And at this one, the staff is requesting a table presentation and public hearing till the January 13th, 2025 Plan Commission meeting.
Make a motion to table
Motion made and seconded.
as requested.
No discussion.
No discussion.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Next item under new business is item D, Bryan Building Corp., Agent for TDC Willow Creek LLC, property owner located at North 102 West 19200 Willow Creek Way Site Development and Building Plan Application for a 1.55 acre outdoor storage area on tonight's agenda for action. Give us more information, background on this new business item. We'll turn the meeting back over to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The TDC Willow Creek property is located within the Willow Creek Business Park. And the Willow Creek Business Park is located within TID Tax Incremental District Number 6. As shown on the screen, the larger blue bounded area is the TID Number 6 district. The black area is the boundary for the Willow Creek Business Park, and the red area is the 26.6 acre parcel owned by TDC Willow Creek LLC, within which the multi-tenant industrial building is located. Another graphic shows the Lot 4, which is the TDC property. And this aerial photo is from earlier this spring that shows the building location on the site. It's positioned north to south, where the rear is actually to the right or to the east. And you can see the truck court area behind the building to the right is the area within which the outdoor storage area is proposed. I'll give a little background. First, TID Number 6 and the Willow Creek Business Park were created in 2016. Protective covenants for the business park were developed and accepted between MLG Investment and the Village of Germantown, with the enforcement by the Property Owner Association and led by MLG as part of the review board. The Willow Creek Business Park was intended to be a high-end business park favoring offices and service-based commercial land uses and tenants, but not retail, versus an industrial park with production, manufacturing, industrial land uses and tenants. The covenants were specifically designed to prohibit outdoor storage. Section 7.01 screening reads in part, no other articles, goods, materials, finished or semi-finished products, incinerators, storage tanks, or other items shall be kept outdoors or exposed to public view. However, the covenants also contain a variance provision. Section 7.01 of screening goes on. A variance may be granted by the review board upon written application and prior approval. TID Number 6 and the Willow Creek Business Park, the covenants also contain Section 4.02, the review board variance. Upon written application, the review board shall have the authority to waive or vary these protective covenants when such waiver or variance is consistent with the purposes of the protective covenants and where exact adherence to a specified standard will create an undue burden on the owner of the affected site. Such waivers or variances shall be in writing, shall apply only to those protective covenants, and shall not pertain to Village of Germantown zoning ordinances. At this time, there's a prospective tenant for the building, Xylem Water Solutions. They're an industrial equipment supplier. They are looking for approval of an outdoor storage area proposed that would include the storage for pumps, pipes, and hose in 10 and 20-foot lengths, parts and other equipment used in municipal and other large-scale water and wastewater treatment systems. There would be racking and other items stored at a height not to exceed 8 feet. The enclosed storage area would have a chain link fence with privacy slats up to 8 feet. And there would be no pump testing, assembly, repair, or other services conducted outside the building or in the storage area. MLG Investment, as agent for the Willow Creek Business Park Association and the review board, has indicated that a variance to allow outdoor storage will be granted. So with that, we're back to reviewing a site plan and reviewing it in the context of the Village M1 Limited Industrial Zoning District that applies to this property. Here is the current or approved site plan that shows the building location and the park court area on the bottom, which is the east side of the site. North would be to the right. And here's the proposed, if you will, site plan architectural rendering of that. You can see the outdoor storage area that's proposed on the bottom on the edge of the existing trailer court area. It extends to the east into an area, partially into an environmental corridor, but does not encroach into wetland or the 25-foot wetland setback that the village enforces around wetlands. That's why it has such a unique shape to it as far as the outdoor storage area. Proposed improvements, again, it would be a 1.55 acre outdoor storage area in total area. It would require an additional just under 40,000 square feet of additional asphalt, 8-foot high chain link fence with privacy slats, a manual gate. There would be also a 6 to 7 foot high modular block retaining wall on the easterly edge adjoining the environmental corridor area just outside the wetland setback area to give the elevation to extend the pavement outward for that storage area. The existing lighting in the trailer court area will remain. No changes to that are proposed. Additional landscaping with evergreen trees for screening is proposed on the outer perimeter. A couple of graphics. Here is the more detailed of the site plan. You can see the shaded in gray is the outdoor storage area. This graphic shows the wetland delineation that forces the unique shape to the storage area. I'm going to jump back here real quick. The expansion of the impervious area necessitates expansion of the stormwater basin that serves this property. It's a regional basin that's actually on an outlot owned by the Village of Germantown. To provide the additional capacity necessitated by the increase in impervious area, the berm around the outer edge of the basin is going to be raised approximately 1 to 2 feet, and there's a modification to the outlet structure as well that's proposed. And finally, as part of this, all of these improvements, there is a slight modification to the rear side east elevation of the building, and that is to provide a new drive-up ramp with overhead door shown in the graphic here on the far right to provide for truck and or forklift access in and out of the building to and from the storage area. Some renderings were included in the application that shows the storage area with the privacy slats and the fence. A couple of those, the landscaping that's proposed on the edge of the storage area. Staff comments, outdoor storage does not meet the original intent, but as I discussed, there's a variance procedure provided for in the covenants, and the review board in charge of those has indicated their willingness to grant a variance to the owner to accommodate the Xylem proposal. Staff is concerned it will establish a precedent that may result in other outdoor storage areas for other owners and tenants in locations that, unlike this one, are not so easily screened. Arguably, this is probably the best place for an outdoor storage area on any of the buildings in the business park because of its proximity to the environmental corridor. It's a heavily wooded area that screens it from the east and other properties surrounding it. There is a loss of 41 trailer parking stalls on the backside of the trailer court area. However, the owner has indicated that they're not concerned that there's more than enough parking provided on the will be the west side or the front side of the building for vehicle parking, and the additional or remaining trailer stalls would be sufficient for existing and the one remaining tenant space that could be leased. And finally, written proof of the variance application and the grant from the review board has not been submitted yet. That's, I'm sure, just a technicality that'll happen going forward. And finally, Xylem Water Solutions will require and has provided an application for a separate zoning permit to ensure compliance with the zoning code for the M1 regulations. That is a staff level approval, and that is in hand, and we have reviewed it and have determined that the Xylem operation is consistent with the M1 limited industrial regulations. Finally, with that, Public Works, village engineers indicated there's a need for a stormwater maintenance agreement. Erosion control permit would also be required. Those are in the works. Minor plan corrections required as listed in a December 5 review memo. Those will need to be taken care of prior to issuance of any permits. And I'd also like to point out that there's a possible a transfer of the stormwater basin ownership from the village of Germantown to TDC Willow Creek. And that's currently being considered. It was something that was suggested by the village engineer since the basin only serves this particular building. So there is investigation into possibly transferring ownership. Sort of a separate issue, but as a result of this particular development. Finally, the village forester has reviewed the plans for landscaping and approves the tree types, the sizes, and the locations for the screening. The staff recommendation is to approve the site development plan for the outdoor storage enclosure, subject to 9 conditions. I would point out there was a revised staff report that was included on the dais. There were a couple of conditions that were in there that didn't apply to this project, errant conditions that should not have been included. So the original list of 11 is really 9, as reflected in the supplemental staff report that was handed out. So any motion should refer to this revised staff report. I believe we have representatives in the audience this evening. Would you like to address the issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Resloff. And my name is Debbie Tomczyk. I'm the attorney representing TDC Willow Creek. We're happy to answer any questions. As usual, Jeff and his staff have done a terrific job of preparing to get us here to tonight. We understand the conditions. We're, unlike some of the things you've been hearing tonight, we're talking about a permitted use. We're talking about an existing building that's going to be paying taxes, and we're anxious to be able to bring another employer into Germantown. So we're hoping that you'll approve our site plan so we can move forward tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners?
I'll make a motion to approve the site development plan for the 1.5 acre outdoor storage enclosure as presented with the 9 conditions that are on the dais, not what's in the packet.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Baum, seconded by Commissioner Henk. Discussion on the motion to approve. More questions? No discussion?
Really,
Go ahead.
really only 7 conditions, right?
No, 9. You'll see 2 number 5s and 2 number 7s. So.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, I'm with you. Fine.
Further discussion? Does the fence go all the way around that perimeter?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Follows the shape.
Interesting. Okay. No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming. Sorry for, but it was nice to see you. Enjoy your evening or what's left of it.
Charge.
Next item on the agenda under new business is item E, Monchess Engineering Agent for Store Master Funding 8 LLC, property owner and Systems LLC located at West 194 North 11481 McCormick Drive, revised site plan application for 21 stall parking lot expansion and outdoor storage area improvement on tonight's agenda for action. Give us more information, background on this new business item. We'll turn our meeting over again to our associate planner, Jordan Yaki.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is a site plan review. It's for Monchess Engineering Systems, is the business at this property located in Germantown Industrial Park. Project is for 21 additional parking stalls, a paved outdoor storage area with enclosed screening, and also additional landscape improvements. You'll note you heard this case on July 8th. There has been a tweak to the parking stall layout. That's the difference that you'll see here under the site plan in a second. Here's the site location, Germantown Industrial Park again. Location. 6-acre site, again, 21 additional parking stalls. This is the initial site plan. You'll note the parking lot addition in the southwestern portion of the property. as the business is requesting additional parking stalls for circulation and parking of employees. The thing that has come forward, I believe applicant representative is still here in case there's technical questions, but there is an easement. A&R Pipeline Company has an easement running through the rear portion of the lot. You can see it on this initial site plan. There was some complications with their easement agreement between the applicant and A&R Pipeline after the site plan approval. So therefore, they've modified the parking lot layout, 3 less parking spaces being requested than the prior one. But you'll note that the site plan has the parking lot going north-south now to remain outside that easement. There's additional landscaping proposed to buffer the additional parking and buffer the site from the adjoining residential properties to the west. Our forester, it will be subject to final acceptance from our village forester. As I mentioned, forester comment, also there is a memo from the village engineer within the packet, probably similar to the one that was in the July 8th meeting. And then one condition from staff or from the planning side of things, the applicant is proposing to remove one of the parking stalls as you lead into that proposed expanded area. I'm requesting the condition that I placed in to have 2 stalls removed to allow better circulation and flow as you go north. I believe only removing 1 stall will make it a little confusing with the added parking and backing in and out. So with that, the recommendation is to approve the 21 additional parking spaces for the facility, subject to the 4 conditions within the packet.
I will make a motion to approve the site development plan for the new construction of a 21 additional parking spaces, new paved asphalt area at West 194, North 11481 McCormick Drive with the 4 conditions as presented.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion on a motion to approve. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Thank you for staying with us tonight. That then wraps up all items under new business and brings us to citizen input and public appearance. Anybody within our audience that would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance are welcome to do so at this time. If there's anybody that is joining us via WebEx, I would like to do the same. Please make your intentions known so that you can be recognized at your turn.
I'll be quick.
Careful.
Melanie Smythe, N140 W17938 Cedar Lane. So I do appreciate the fact that the solar farm was voted down tonight. I think I too dislike tyrannical government of any size. And I think tonight was good evidence that public hearings are good for everybody. It's much more satisfying for people to be heard and to feel like they're being heard when there are issues, especially to do with development. And one of the themes tonight was the reduction of green space around the village. And so I do think that that's something that needs to be kept in consideration as you receive these developments that come to the village for consideration by this plan commission. Just a side note, I think that one of the things that we should be thinking about is lowering the average age of Germantown. And so not having so many senior apartments is probably a good thing. Of course, with consideration for what's happening with the school. And I think your report will be very interesting to see what comes out of that. The last thing I'd like to just mention, and I'm puzzled by this, is that there seems to be sort of a trend where the major standing committees have subjects skipped over them and they go straight to the village board. One was the public committee was skipped over for reviewing the public safety building. That went straight to the village board, and I don't think that was correct. And then apparently there was some type of strategy session to do with the village center recently that skipped over this this commission, even though you had been very involved in the 2050 planning and any other planning sessions, but it went straight to the village center. So I think people who are making the decisions about those things should reconsider and make sure that the planning strategies are brought for the village to this commission. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time for citizen input or public appearance? There is no one else. Does anyone have any announcements they'd like to make? No announcements? Then we can be adjourned. Thank you all for coming tonight, and thank you all for watching, and have a good night.